backstories where he was an orphan raised by wolves, and that's why he had no social experience. Or that was it. That was the backstory.
You were Mowgli.
Yeah, raised by wolves. I got raised by gorillas once. I had a gorilla brother for a pet.
You have come a long way as a player.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion. Yes. But I think a part of it is also that, Ghost and I have learned how to deal with you as GMs because there was a hell of a curve.
I would say deal with, but play
so
the game we want to play together.
I have instituted my own personal rule. I don't follow it as well with you guys because we've played together for a while. Although I do still try. I just don't think I'm as good at it in these games. But like in D&D, I have a rule where like we walk up, we always talk first. Always attempt to talk. And then as long as there's a conversation and everyone is participating, or like 2 out of 3 are participating, right? I even go 2 out of 4. If 2 out of 4 people are participating in the conversation, I don't do anything that jeopardizes that. As soon as we hit a spot where we start repeating things because no one can make a decision, I fix it.
I feel like he just counts in his head: 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
I'm not gonna lie, and it works. And occasionally, the only person that has ever actually complained is, of course, the lady who I hate. The others will occasionally be like, no, wait. And by the end of it, they're like, I guess that was the right decision because there was no talking out of that.
It's funny, because in my campaigns, when I, set you guys up for something, and there's that silence, that moment of silence where no one wants to step over top of the other person, I'm always like, all right, quick, somebody say something before Maul starts hitting things.
That's see,
I'm gonna start throwing a hammer.
I do try to follow but the rule keeps the game moving, which is what I tell the other players in the D&D game. I'm like, I just want to keep it moving. I can't stand just sitting there. No. I'm fine if you guys want to talk, as long as we're progressing. I'm good. But when you hit the spot where you're just repeating or doing things over, I'm going to act rather than
Right, he just repeated himself. Let's progress this forward.
Right, and I mean, to be fair, some of that is Chris's fault, because Chris will sometimes apply real world time to our negotiations, and
I absolutely do, and it's been good that you've caught on to that, because I too like to keep things moving. Although I will say that I know that you do that, so I try to leave really strong hints when the answer is not hit it with a hammer. I think you've done okay on that. There have been a couple moments where you've completely thrown me for a loop because I didn't expect you to just knock a wall down and be like, I got in.
Yeah, I know about that.
I really like that. I have learned that walls, all right, and I started it in our D&D campaign. I Kool-Aided man through a wall in a degrading temple that was slowly sinking into the swamp, and the GM was like, I can't tell you can't do it because you can, but this temple probably won't survive if you keep doing that. It's already sinking.
Speaking of that exact scenario, I would like to preface today's episode with: the depths of the sea do not give a fuck about your power armor or your vac suit or anything else that isn't specifically designed to be on the bottom of the ocean. If it gets crumpled like a tin can because you decided to burst through a wall, it's a case. It's a case of fuck around and find out. Like,
so watch out for those Gauss rifle shots, right?
Amongst other things.
Gauss rifle shots.
Matt, it turns out similar to the Gauss rifle, the gravity hammer is designed to take out vehicles. So that will be that won't be used unless we need to go through things. Please keep in mind that when you ask me to go through something, I will be going through it.
So everybody bring your stunner.
The stunner's a great weapon if you want to take people alive.
Regular hammers are fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you stun them and then you stab them after you stun them. You know, that kind of concept, so.
Hey, Nix, welcome back.
Spear gun?
A stunner is a little taser-like gun, except for it has unlimited ammunition, or almost unlimited ammunition. It's a little taser. Alright, so that was the first bit of friendly advice I had for you. I have a bunch of stuff. I spent a lot of time going through the books today. One One of the other things we just touched on, explosive decompressions are a thing. They're dice rolls. I have a sheet written down right next to the table. I very rarely write things down, so you better believe I'll be using it. So this is a D6 sheet, and I will tell you right now that if I roll a 1, it is room explodes, everyone's sucked into space, roll to not die. So there's those. Also, ship sizes. I was watching one of the previous episodes this week, and I realized that the players probably didn't really understand the difference between the different sizes of ships. And when I asked Kizik to explain it, he was like, I don't know. So I thought I'd briefly go over the different sizes of ships really quick. So there's shuttles, which are less than 100 tons and don't have a jump drive. Your actual shuttle that's in the Orkin is a good example. Then there's starships, which are 100 tons to 1,000 tons. And that is where the Orkin sits and where the vast majority of spacecraft sit. And then there's warships. Then there's capital ships. Capital ships are more than 1,000 tons. Think Star Destroyer, basically. They're really big ships with, massive crews and armaments and, for the purposes of this campaign, because this game system does not define warship. But in my head, the way that I define a warship is not all capital ships are warships, but all warships are capital ships. Now, there are starships that are built for combat, but I don't consider them a warship.
In space, weight doesn't matter, right?
It does if you need to put a lot of guns on something and have a lot of armor. Size absolutely matters. You need physical space to put things. You need to hold ammunition.
I'm talking about weight. I'm talking about weight in space.
I'd imagine that it's a lot like...
So, Tyra, you're trying to put a real-life thing that has nothing to do with the game system. The game system says it matters. That's how it's classified.
All right, fine. I'll stop.
Or think of it as cubic tons.
Yeah, you could do that too. However,
okay, there you go.
However you want to do it.
Square footage.
Yeah, and size does matter on especially the smaller ones because, the small ships do enter atmosphere, and at that point, weight really matters. Like, if you need to be able to land, weight matters. Also, there's this thing called inertia. Also, the jump drives are effective based on how many tons of mass you have. So, yeah, it all kind of matters. I just wanted to touch on it because in the last episode, specifically, Maul said something that it's not game breaking or anything, but it triggered me to say, he doesn't understand what that is. He tried to send that pirate ship back like they could actually do something. And they could not. They're a piddly little nothing, same size as your ship. They're not a warship. They can't do anything. The kinds of ships that they need if they were ever going to fight in space, which is not really the plan, back on Zion Trey are warships. They need, 1,000-ton plus ships, big ships. I think that's the best explanation I can give you, is just to very broadly squeeze them into those tonnage ratings. For ease of use. I'm not going to get any deeper into it, even though there obviously are deeper mechanics, but you guys are not running a space-based campaign, so I don't want to go any further down that rabbit hole. But I felt like you did need to know that.
A small craft can fit inside a spacecraft. Spacecraft can fit inside a capital ship.
Yes, that is another good point to bring up. Okay. So we are going to drop into this episode as you guys are coming out of orbit over Malamari with the Exodus fleet. You guys have been Pathfinder for them. It's been a couple of weeks since the last episode has passed, and during that time you guys have come to a couple of conclusions, one of which is that you need better armaments for the Orkin. The only way to do that is to drop a laser turret. So Captain Picker's suggestion has been to drop one of the two lasers that you have in the turret and replace it with a missile magazine that uses the tonnage you saved by putting the auto dock in to give you extra missiles. Captain Picker suggests that because I, as a GM, have already done all that math.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
But if you guys really strongly feel about doing something else, we absolutely can.
No, I think we put the weapons that we had on it because we didn't know any better. So yeah, having missiles makes sense.
It was a quick thing, like we needed to do it because we gotta get to space.
Yes, 100%. Another piece of housekeeping is there's no faster than light communication. So with your fleet are X-boats, And the only reason to bring this up is because when you get to this planet, you might decide, oh, I want to do some shopping really quick. You may have a lag period, depending on the dice rolls, on your money in your account showing up that you earned in the last episode, because they have to download all that information from the X-boats, because it physically moves things back and forth. Like, there's actual data ships that move these bank account numbers back and forth.
Okay.
All right. So as the big Atlas carrier appears over Malamare, everyone breathes a collective sigh of relief. All the civilians and the massive tankers they converted to carry all these people from Zion Trey have arrived. You look at the starport hanging in orbit above Malamari. It's not a big starport, it's smaller than the one on Zion Trey. And it looks at first like there's this glittering chaff all around it. And then as you focus the sensor on it, you realize that all of that chaff are starships. Thousands upon thousands of starships. This is the rally point for the entire Shield World refugee effort. And the world is blatantly heavily taxed with just so many refugees showing up. And they began offloading refugees. The spokeswoman has already arrived, and they are forming a little flotilla to run off and do her part of the mission. You guys have decided amongst yourselves to go back to Zion Trey. So you guys, during your 2 weeks of jumping, you've decided that that's what you guys were going to do. I did put that to a vote. Actually, everyone who's in here actually got to vote. The only person who didn't was Raccoon, because he went and had COVID. So, as you guys decide, to refuel and restock, you got to get in this long line in orbit, and you got a few minutes to evaluate the situation. Before you guys start talking amongst yourselves on your very next move, though, I'm gonna go ahead and say that during this time heading in, you guys have a day of burn towards the planet. Kizik, Sammy's gonna have a very strong dream. Something has awoken on the planet. Something, you've been to Malamari before, at least I assume that your character has, and it never felt anything before. But now there's this, something has awoken. Something is down there that calls to you every time you sleep. And you start seeing images like you did when the Elder was showing you things, but it's not the Elder. It's almost in black and white instead of color. It's this distant memory of something that's happened on the planet. It's very fuzzy at this point. But you do get the strong feeling that there's something here that you need to investigate.
Sammy wakes up and he feels the nice, kind of cold but kind of warm head of Tickles on his shoulder, and he gives it a little pet as Tickles tries to scratch him off. And I walk to go find the captain. Captain, I'm sorry to wake you up. I know it's late, but I can't sleep anymore. Captain,
are we talking about Captain Picker? Or are we talking about Captain Shear? Are we talking about Colonel Maul?
Oh, Maul, Captain Maul.
No, that's Colonel.
Yeah. Sorry, it's early. So
You need a warm glass of milk?
No. Sleeping hasn't been fun for the last couple of days. When we saved we didn't save him. Remember the Elder? He showed me a bunch of stuff, and man, have you ever seen Chuck? It's a real old show from the old world. He's got a whole database of information that he's trying to remember, and his brain just doesn't do it. But every now and then he flashes on something. Well, I flashed on Mon Calamari. I'm pretty sure there's an ancient civilization down there. I know there's an ancient civilization down there, but something's talking to me while I sleep. And I think we should figure it out.
Son, have you been doing drugs again?
I've never done drugs. You got to stay sharp if you're living in a spaceship.
Maybe you should start doing drugs. You think there's something on the planet that's talking to you in your head?
100% yes. I'm also going to then close my eyes and just talk to you in my head. And say, kind of like this. See how somebody's talking to you in your head right now, and that somebody's me. You can reach out from a lot further distance. So we know that the big crystals are the things that the Chiton use. We know that there's a bunch of big crystals underneath of Moncal, and we know that there could be other civilizations that also do things with these crystals. It doesn't feel Chiton, so we might find a new ally to help us fight.
Oh, you want to go see if there's an ally down there we can recruit?
Of course.
That
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, let's get everybody ready. Any idea what this? Let's do a quick. What kind of planet are we getting ready to land on?
Moncal's a water planet.
Alamari.
Does that mean, yeah, same thing. Malamari, water planet. Lots of water planets. But yeah, we could reach out and see if we can find anybody who's a local. See if they can find things. I mean, we can just kind of like go by spiritual guide. Spiritual isn't the right word. I can pinpoint us there when we get closer. Or we can see if there's anybody who's done any research.
I'll get with John and see if we can requisition some supplies that will make this an effective endeavor. And with that, I'm gonna go head out and find John and
Or we can
wake him up because misery loves company.
yeah, exactly. It's
3:30 in the morning, by the way.
well, we've been up. We get up earlier than that. We're old. We're like in our 30s. We're almost dead.
No, I'll wait for that. Go ahead.
John.
You see John just walking past to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. This is the third time I've gotten up in the middle of the night to pee. I've only drank one bottle of water before bed, but third time.
Yeah, but it was the 30 beers that did it.
It might have been.
Yeah, it's not the bottle of water. It's the 30 beers that made you have to go to the. That's just. I keep telling you, you may have a problem, but
He's going down the hall because he's filled up the fresh air in his room.
Yeah, I think I've told you I've had kidney stones. My kidneys are really bad, so anytime I gotta pee, it's an emergency.
fair enough.
But
I'll go with you.
it's dangerous in there. Well, I mean, anyway, you should not go in there with me. But what are you doing up? Are you two going to the bathroom together?
No, I had a bad dream. He was trying to comfort me.
Thinks we can recruit some allies on the planet below. They talk to him in his head. I keep a straight face throughout that entire conversation.
Sammy, is this happening a lot lately?
Just for Monomari. As we get closer and closer, it keeps talking louder and louder. I mean, it only seems to be able to communicate with me when I'm unconscious, so it's like at its range. I don't know if it's another collective. There's a lot of things to figure out.
Have you tried putting yourself in a?
Please don't put me in a coma.
No. But it makes sense because, like, the way that he was communicating or hearing things in his head before was kind of like based on range, like a walkie-talkie. So maybe somebody's broadcasting out on some frequency, or that you're picking it up.
What about a hyperbaric chamber?
You want him to go back to sleep?
No. You don't put him to sleep. You remove all those other senses.
You gonna put me in a sensory deprivation chamber?
Yeah, like basically the concept is that your five senses are overwhelming the meager telepathic sense that you claim to have.
You hear "fuck you" in the back of your head in an angry voice. But then you go, wait a second, that might be a good idea. Like, put me in a tether. Let me just float in space. We should probably slow down a little bit. We don't need to be flying super fast. But let me just. Oh my goodness, that'd be real fun.
Motion's relative. We're not accelerating.
We also don't have to put you in space to put you in a hyperbaric chamber. And if we're going to go to this planet you've described as an amphibious planet, I think we're going to need some equipment in order to navigate that. I don't know how much you guys know about pressure, but you don't want to be in the tin can when the pressure squishes you.
I'm sorry. There's a bunch of refugees coming here too, so there's landmass here, right? It's not all aquatic. What's this place like?
There's very little landmass. Almost all the landmass is artificial, built on stilts on shallow reefs. So I will cover that when you guys get closer to the planet, but there is an answer to your question.
Okay. I was just kind of picturing it as like a planet Dyson sphered with all of these starships out there.
Nah, they probably build it underwater.
There's like cities underwater.
That's my guess. We've seen stuff like that before. If you can build something in space, you can build it underwater.
I don't know if I've told you guys this, but I have thalassophobia. I'm afraid of the water, like deep water.
No, that's fair. That's fair. There's things in that water that will eat you. They won't even see you. You're gone. Just gone. No one will ever see you again.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You could not say shit like that. That'd be great.
I mean, you can also just lose power and sink to the bottom and slowly drown and compress.
Dude,
so.
see, this is the stop. Sammy.
Or run out of air. Imagine if you run out of air and you're trying to get to the top, but you just, you can't make it. You're just slowly suffocating inside your submarine suit.
You would think like this is a normal thing for like a space walk. Like I'm fine with space. It's the crushing.
Yeah, it's the opposite of space.
Crushing depth.
So the running out of air and thing, like that's a normal fear for me. But yeah, it's the getting crushed. So anyway.
You watch your suit pressure down there. You don't want to. If you get a crack or something, that's it. It's over.
I'm turning white. Of blood is draining out of my face. Yeah. So you've heard voices. They speak to you in a language you can understand. What are they saying?
It's more visions,
imagery,
more images than visions. I'm trying to put them together. They make me want to figure out more. Like it's a yearning that they invoke. And they're not kind of clear, but at the same time, I know that they're there. I'm sleeping half the time. I don't know. I mean, maybe drugs and a water bath might help explain better words. It's early. I'm sorry.
I can help with the drug thing.
Yeah, can we set the auto dock up to basically put him in a sensory deprivation chamber?
You absolutely can. It'll render him unconscious. It's not really sensory deprivation, but you have facilities to do that. There's a couple options that you could use to do that. You could put him in a spacesuit and put him in the air raft bay and just open it to space. Then he's in a vacuum. You could drain Tickle's new habitat in the port side multi-environment space, which is now his room. It's currently
not messing with Tickle's room.
Yeah, Tickles has claimed that's his, and it's configured for him right now. I didn't make any of you guys do those checks because I didn't want to lose the new pet to I didn't program the right environment. But that is a thing that can happen. I'm just stating it here. So you could do that. You could open it to space. He could do a space walk, or you can render him unconscious. And you could try it that way, although unconscious might not be the best way to go.
Couldn't we just put him in a bathtub?
Yeah, if he wants. So you don't really have a proper bathtub, but you could probably make one. There's water supplies on board. You just fill a cargo crate with water.
Yeah, we'll fill a cargo crate with water, soundproof it, and put an air hose in there for him to breathe with. That connection to water might actually. The connection to water might actually help you connect better with whoever's on that planet, as they are likely water-based.
Okay, so Scotchy and Deacon get together and decide to pull this off. So I'm going to use Deacon and Scotchy's combined roll. So this thing's leaking. It's working, but it's leaking, and you have a finite amount of time. So I'm going to give you 2 rolls before it runs out of water.
Can we patch it?
You guys can definitely patch it as you go along. The problem is going to be water supplies. Like, the ship doesn't hold a ton of water. Most of this water is actually recycled piss, but you guys decide not to tell him that.
Yeah. Got it. I got it. So what, we have to do a roll to repair it?
You can if he doesn't get it in 2 turns. I was going to let him take his turns because he might just nail it. He's got a decent size score. Like, you guys might be in the attempt to pack it when he or to patch it when he pops his head up and says, "I got it," or he might say, "I fucked it up."
I linking, just sensing life, or just raw psionics?
So this would be the equivalent of touching someone else's mind. So it'd be the roll. I think you have a specific roll for telepathy.
Telepathy.
Yeah. All right. So let me paint a scene for you. So you submerge and you close your eyes and you try to put yourself in the moment, and then you have like an out of body experience where like the ship floats away and you zoom out, and then like you zoom in and you can see the spokeswoman meditating in her chamber on her ship that's about to depart, and then you zip down towards the planet and you find 2 full colonies of hidden psionics who have decided that this is the safest place to be right now and are trying to figure out what to do. And then you plunge through the depths of the ocean and you see like a replay of this argument between 2 elders in this room with a crystal in the middle. And you can't make out the words they're saying, but they're definitely angry at each other. And then they part ways, and you turn around, and as you turn around, there's a chitin 3 inches from your face. And then you're suddenly back in your tank.
I hear them like banging on the side trying to repair it. I say, "Oh my goodness, wait! I was there." Whoa, that was awesome. So there's definitely colonies of psionics on the planet, and there's definitely ancient what do they call them, emberstones down there, and I'm not sure. I don't know if we need to go figure it out. Like, there's people down there. They are fighting, maybe within each other, maybe fighting the chitin. If they are using emberstones, we can definitely help them. Oh my goodness! Also, is this piss water? Where did you get all? Why? Oh my goodness! My mouth.
Filtered?
It's what you guys drink.
Yeah, it's perfectly drinkable. I show you. I take a cup and just guzzle it down.
I was just.
You're a belter. You should know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen so much water in one spot in a spaceship. That's more freaking me out.
He just
You said
broke it.
there's 2 clans of psionics on the planet?
Yeah. And we probably. Oof, you guys probably should get some kind of shielding. They're gonna make you do some stuff. I don't know. I don't know if they sensed me while I was going down there. That's the first time I'd ever not been in my body. I don't know if I like that.
You definitely feel like you couldn't have done that, let's say, a year ago.
Okay, this is a lot so early in the morning. I'm gonna get a coffee, maybe wake up a little bit, and then let's talk about our next steps. You guys come with me to the. Yeah, let's go make some coffee.
I look at Sammy and I'm like, they make the coffee with the toilet water, right?
Yep. Hopefully not the one that I just swam in.
No, we'll filter it first.
So it's Sammy and Sheer and Maul, and Deacon had to get up. What's Sterling doing?
Sleeping.
Apparently. Graybeard, have you hit mute?
Yeah, he muted his mic.
Oh, there I am. Yeah, so I'm still sleeping. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, really loudly for someone sleeping. It's just probably the snoring cutting through the walls.
Yeah, I know. You guys are being really loud, so I walk out. I kind of pop my head out from my room going, what the heck is going on? You know, you can see me, no shirt on, but I'm wearing some kind of like, old world superhero kind of shorts and holding a teddy bear at the same time going, what the heck is going on? My hair all messed up.
We were talking about bad dreams. It seems some people have dreams that aren't dreams. Is that what we're saying here? You're like making contact with people. Sammy's making contact with people via radio in his head. I think that's
Cool.
so. Yeah, we're gonna go drink some coffee and talk about our next steps. You want to come with us?
Yeah, definitely. You do know that the water they use to make the coffee is actually filtered urine, right?
Yeah, I tried to not think about that.
Oh,
I make
okay.
it really strong.
I just want to make sure you know that. I just, because I kind of, I don't know.
I told them already.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's fine then.
As I'm drinking my third cup.
See, that's why I stick with the hard liquor.
Probably
You know what they make the liquor with, right?
I don't know if I want to know now.
They use the same filtered water.
Oh, I thought it was a sealed container we got from Offworld.
Where do you think they got the water from?
Hey, let me live in my fantasy.
Okay, so this planet we're coming up on, just to double check, what's it called?
It's called Malamari. It is the
Malamari.
first world behind the Shield world, so it is not technically on the front lines. This is the world for you as a player that you guys had your Scooby-Doo adventure on, and those characters that were based for, like, you had your pirate ship captain. It wasn't a pirate ship, but it's that world.
Okay.
Oh, this is Deacon's home world.
But too bad he's not here.
All right, so we've got a planet coming up that's water world basically, and we now know that there's 2 clans of psionics hanging out there. I'm kind of worried about this whole psionic thing. Like, you said that they can control our minds. Like, can we just wear tinfoil on our heads or something to block that out?
It's got to be more than tinfoil, but there might be something.
John, you know that they have psionic shielding available for our armors. You just have to go pick some up. You come on, man. We fought the Titans enough. I know you're getting old.
It's not commercially available though. But I did explain where you guys could get it in an earlier episode.
Okay, good deal.
Is the I saw the spokeslady.
You did. I may have made a point to have you zoom in on her for a moment.
Yeah, is she close enough? Can we go visit her?
Her ship is about to leave. That's one of the few things you glean from her surface thoughts, was that, they're getting ready to jump into hyperspace and go off. So if you want to contact her, you're going to have to do it over the radio, and you're going to have to do it now.
Yeah, make that call.
What are you gonna say?
How's it been going? Do you want to meet? We have a lot of information about the Ember Stones, and just want to check in because you're awesome like me.
You reach out over the radio or psionically to say that? You roll boxcars, so I won't make you roll for it if you want to reach out to her psionically.
Yeah, I'd reach out to her psionically.
Okay. So, you're not waking her because you gently touched her mind a moment ago. And she's going to be like, you have additional information about the Psi Ember. That obviously interests me. I'm very pleased that your convoy made it with all of its civilians. We were worried. You're the last convoy to arrive.
Yeah, we got a bunch of food and rations too.
Well, that is fortunate, since I don't think that all the civilians would have lived through the journey otherwise.
Yeah. Do you've been in a lot of different places? Do you want to meet up before you leave? Because it looks like you're about to leave.
We are about to leave, and we are also in something of a hurry. I'm not sure meeting up is going to be practical unless it's 100% necessary and vital.
I just wanted to just check in. I know. I mean, we're miles away right now having this conversation. It's like you're clearly becoming stronger. I'm clearly becoming stronger. Is there what things have you and the paladin been working on? He handed me a bunch of psi dampening drugs the other day. I mean, do you have anything cool psionically that you wish to share?
If you are in need of it, we do have a supply of psionic enhancement and psionic dampening drugs available. I'm not positive what he gave them to you for, but if you have need of them, I have a supply of them.
I'm gonna pop out of thought and say, hey, she's got psi enhancing drugs and psi dampening drugs. That's not gonna help you guys. Oh, I go back into thought. Do you have like psionic dampening shielding? Psionic shielding? That's the words I'm looking for.
Most of the psi shield helmets that we were working on were deployed with the paladin. I might be able to cobble enough components together to build one additional helmet from the parts we have here. But for obvious reasons, with the Triton attacking Zion Troy, we left the bulk of our materials for that project behind.
I felt multiple psionic colonies on Malamari. Do you feel that too?
Not enough to distinguish them as two groups of entities, as you obviously have, but I have felt the presence of psions here. But I feel the presence of psions on virtually every planet I've visited. I know that they hide amongst our populations because, like you and I, have learned through hard experience, there's a lot of fear of our kind. And living as normal of life as possible is often their best defense.
Yeah, these ones felt like they banded together. I know you have your own special mission. We just were worried. There's also a bigger entity on Monomari, and I'm sure... I guess I could just tell you all of the stuff. The Psi Embers, there's a being inside of them, and there's a whole ancient civilization that has suspended themselves and live in a psionic world. You can share this with other Scions. I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of Psi Embers on Malamari, but... you've got your mission to do, so it would be nice to have another ally as we investigate, but there's something there. We're going to try to figure it out. That's the only reason we asked for psi shielding, but one is better than nothing. So I don't know if you want to drop it off and we'll pick it up so you can leave quicker, or if you want to actually meet us. We're headed in this directory. Maybe we can meet each other halfway.
I can send a shuttle with the materials you need, and assembly instructions if you have a competent mechanic. And that's really the best I can do on that front. However, if you get attacked by that many scions, it won't matter. Their attacks are not just telepathy if they band together in the kind of numbers you're talking about. I've never encountered a group of them that was hostile. I would like to preface it by saying that, but... if they were to become hostile, I don't think there's any amount of technology that would protect you in a group that size versus you. It wouldn't matter.
Thanks for the warning. Can you have a couple of doses of the psi drugs?
I can send
enhancers?
I can send you a supply of those as well.
You're the best. Thank you, and good luck on your mission.
Thank you. Is there nothing else that you had to report? I already knew about the Psy Embers. I was there on Zion Trey when he gave the briefing.
No, did we learn anything else?
You know nobody can hear this conversation but you, right? Like, they're all looking at you drinking coffee. Yeah.
I thought he was asking God.
There is a very important additional piece of information from the last episode. I just don't know if the party wants to share it with her. No? Okay.
I don't think it's a matter if we won't do or don't want to share it. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
What was the whole last episode based on?
Yeah, the terrible, huge conglomeration of evil.
That was like a month ago.
2 weeks, but who's counting? This is a company called InGen doing terrible experiments. You got tickles, you got all this, stuff you found. You wanted to completely scrap the station because you were so afraid of it.
Oh yeah, I'll tell her InGen is a terrible conglomeration that did terrible things and have been genetically engineering everything, and we have proof.
So when you say you have proof, she's gonna be like, "I'm sending you a secure VPN. Send me that information." That is something that I need. I knew they were difficult, is the term she'll use. But because they're a megacorp, their leadership are royals like we are. That's how royalty is established in the Alliance, as being a partial owner of a megacorp. It has nothing to do with, old medieval fiefdoms or anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up from my coffee, lean back, and hey, the is interested in of that data we collected before we got here. You guys want to share it? I might have already promised it.
Yeah. I mean, we're with the paladin and his wife, like 100%.
Yeah, we start.
Yeah, we can we can hand wave that. Deacon takes care of it. Okay, that's valuable. She sends you a return set of files saying there's a local InGen office, and there is currently a open local law enforcement investigation into some strange happenings at that office, but the mass influx of refugees has caused them to put a pin on that.
Where's the office at?
On the planet.
Well, let's get to that planet.
Planet below, the one we're heading for?
Yeah, the one you're over top of.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so is that all you got for her?
Is that anybody else want to talk to the paladin? The spokeslady?
Do I just shout really loud in your ear?
I feel like Deacon is like, you're talking to yourself, right?
Can I touch somebody and loop them in?
Ooh.
That'd be weird.
I'd probably make you roll again for it.
I don't think anybody wants you to touch them, man.
Remember, you have to spend side points to do this and how they regenerate. So,
Yeah, we're about to fly to space. I'm going to spend some side. I guess we've been talking for a while. I don't have as many side points as I should right now. Yeah, I'm going to loop Deacon in, or not Deacon, Sheer in.
Oh boy.
8 or higher.
I got a 2 in telepathy, so that's an 8.
There you go. So, John, he touches you, and you are instantly having an out-of-body experience again, where in your mind, your experience is a little different than his. He can just reach out like a telephone, like a radio. But your mind is so overwhelmed by all this, you don't know how to process it completely. So it's like you're in one of those white rooms where like it's a complete blackout of all senses except for the spokeswoman standing in front of you.
Holy moly. Okay. Is this really happening right now? Spokeswoman, how you doing? You doing all right?
Interesting. I had no idea you're. And she stops mid sentence. She's like, "You're not psionic." I
No,
cannot.
ma'am.
I cannot believe that he's able to do this. This is amazing.
It's very confusing. I don't know if I like this at all. My brain seems stretched out.
Well, we are
From what-
communicating in real time over an incredible distance. I suspect this would work even if I were still on Zion Trey, although you'd have to have two very specially trained people to do it.
Really? Well, that could be something we could work out, or try at least. Let's ooh.
Are you okay? You look like you're going to be sick.
I was already kind of feeling icky about the water in the coffee. This is a little much.
Interesting. Did you have something to tell me?
No, ma'am.
Oh, this was just an experiment. It is very impressive.
It's so hard to focus and.
John is like jerked back into his chair like somebody slapped him.
Did you tell her anything that you needed to tell her? I say out loud.
But I don't know what the fuck just happened. That was like the craziest. They, my head hurts. This is
Your head actually does really hurt.
this is a lot. And I throw up. I'm gonna try to make myself better. I'll make it to the,
Your head still hurts. You feel like you're like, you know, when you got a really bad like migraine and you can't quite walk straight. You're like doing that number, trying to get back to the auto dock.
I'm a loud puker, guys. I scream while I do it. It hurts.
You scream when you puke?
Yeah,
How's that? Oh, wait, how's that even possible?
because you just scream.
You can't scream.
It all
There's
comes
stuff
out.
in your throat. No, that's not a thing.
It's really painful. It hurts a lot.
That
So-
sounds terrible. Why would? How did you make it in the military?
Does anyone help Sheer? Or does he just stumble
No.
off? Okay.
No, I'm watching him scream and vomit at the same time and trying to do the math of how that's even possible.
Okay.
Yeah, it hurts.
So, what's your athletics modifier?
Mine.
Yeah.
It is. Let me pull up the right page here. I have the skill athletics at 0. My strength is at 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a athletics
so-
character.
You hear John open the iris valve to go downstairs, and then you hear smack. And if you just wait there long enough, you'll eventually hear Scotchy come out and be like, "What the fuck?" and drag John's crumpled form to the auto dock.
It's a good investment. Oh, his neck twisted sideways.
Not that bad, but he's definitely out cold.
Well, that'll clear up his headache.
It will.
I got the
All right. Well, we need to requisition some amphibious gear.
So you guys start approaching the planet, and the main population, like it's about 6 or 7 a.m. The crew's mostly woken up. Captain Picker calls you to the bridge, basically be like, "Hey, we're going to install this missile system we were talking about, but the best way to do that is to go ahead and they set up like a raft city for ships to land on that they're turning into temporary housing outside the main platform." The main capital city for the planet is basically what it is. It's a raised platform above a coral reef, and they basically lashed rafts that they're building together to make landing platforms, and that's the best place for us to land as it is. We'll have to do all the work ourselves, but 'cause they're not going to have anybody available. But I think we can get that done if you don't mind doing a layover here for a while.
Feel like we're gonna be here for a bit.
Very well. I think that's the best case scenario anyway. I will go ahead and plan a trip after the new weapon system is installed to go out to the gas giant and refuel our tanks, because I'm guessing fuel is going to be at a premium here as well.
Makes sense.
We've got a shuttle coming from the spokes lady.
Interesting.
Just
Okay.
it's got some stuff.
We'll make plans to dock with them before we enter orbit, because I don't know what the condition these rafts are going to be in. Actually, I think my first priority might be to get the chief engineer down to look at the platform and make sure that the raft is going to hold the ship for a long term.
Any spare time I have, I would like to research fauna on this planet.
Absolutely. Okay. We're going to have about 4 hours of meeting up with the shuttle and then going down descent-wise. Everyone can, make a few internal actions, research that you want to do, or if you want to, prepare any gear or make any plans.
As far as preparing gear, we're gonna have to buy gear. There's no chance we have anything amphibious.
You don't have any scuba gear now. That's going to mean going into the main city, and it's worth noting that the law level of this world means you will not be wearing power armor or carrying a giant hammer into that city. It's going to be knives and pistols, and they have to be concealed, and you only have that if you have a permit, which I'm just skipping the step where I say you can't bring them, and you say, well, we know the spokeswoman, can she do anything with us? She's going to go ahead and streamline your weapons permits. So you can carry basic defenses, but that's it, and they must stay concealed.
Okay. So my revolver and basic body armor.
Yes. Anything that fits under your clothes or is not super intrusive over top of it is completely fine. And any concealed weapons are okay.
So I can do the snub pistol, but not the assault rifle. I get it.
That's correct.
Only in the city. I mean,
You
it's not like we're.
You guys also have a license to buy weapons.
Oh.
So
Okay.
it's important to note, because you do need that. Like, if you want to go into a military surplus store and say, I want a rocket launcher, then they're going to be like, yeah, maybe nobody. And then you're going to be like, but I'm a licensed merc. Then they'll sell it to you.
Second Amendment.
Yeah. So,
I'm using it for gopher hunting.
Yeah. Have you seen? Look, I've been doing some research. They have these aquatic gophers, 50-ton gophers going through the water.
so
Aquatic.
if all you're going to do is your research, you can go ahead and make your library roll. I have to figure out how to do that real quick.
I'd like to wake up.
You absolutely are going to wake up and you're going to feel much, much better. Your diagnostic from the auto doc is going to basically say that your neuroreceptors, so like in your brain, there's these chemicals that allow your brain to transmit information back and forth, and those levels have dropped incredibly, like dangerously low. That's why you felt like that.
All right. Do I remember it?
You remember everything, including falling down the steps.
I got a 9 on my library.
Awesome. What skill is that? I have no idea how to check that. I'm looking.
I don't know. You told me to roll. I roll.
Oh, so you got just a 9 plus whatever the skill ends up being.
There's no skill I will have that will give me any extra.
Recon.
Do you have an intellect or an education modifier?
No.
All right. Well, a 9 is still passing, but it's untrained. Do you have computers?
Yes.
Awesome. Add your computers modifier to it.
It's a 0.
It's good enough, because that means you're not taking your jack of all trades penalty. Okay. So what would you like to know about specifically, or just want me to give you the high points?
The big predators.
There are big predators. They are the equivalent of great white sharks. They are aggressive and man-eating. They have also been known to attack small boats and submarines under certain circumstances.
How big are they just great white sharks? Or are they
Yeah.
megalodon?
So they're like Jaws size, but their teeth will cut metal.
All right. More facts like this to spout to John, please.
Okay.
Oh no. Are you talking like deep blue sea sized at all?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus.
Oh, and then since you brought up Deep Blue Sea, we're gonna go ahead and say they're pretty intelligent too.
Right on.
Fuck me.
What about aquatic plesiosaurs or ichthyosaurs?
So nothing like that. There are less. There's less information about what's really down in the deep. There are rumors, but no confirmed data about something that's like.
I'd like to change. I only want the rumors.
Oh, okay. Well, there's all sorts of rumors. There's rumors about ghost ships. There's rumors about like phantasmal beings. There's rumors about these little rocks that have worms that come out of them that like make you kill yourself.
Right. What about biological rumors?
The Mosasaurus, is that what you're asking about?
So
Yeah.
So if you look over here behind this
look, if I gotta make shit up, I will absolutely make shit up.
behind this dice tray, there's a picture of one of the mythical creatures that is rumored to be on the planet.
Where?
Behind this dice tray.
Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to memorize the basic design of that. I'm gonna just draw it every now and then.
It's known as a serene geest worm.
I had a dream about this, John.
It's rumored to be on the planet. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things here. There's a ton of fishing trade here, so there's a lot of fish that are like normal dangerous too.
Oh, like silverfish. I tell John not to pee in the ocean.
Okay, I want to buy a dive suit.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. We don't want just dive suit. We want hold on. We either get
dive suit is 20,000 credits.
So you can also add a submarine capability for 2,000 times your TL, which takes your regular armor and then gives it the ability to operate underwater.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, what?
That's the best one I could find.
What
Which
is?
one was that?
Someone was commenting on the worm.
Oh.
Which one were you looking at again?
For the modifications, I'm just going to go ahead and say the modification route for your armor, unless you're going to spend a long time waiting, is going to be more difficult because that's finding someone to do technical mechanical work right now is very difficult. They've got every high school student who's had shop class out here building these rafts and shelters, and the whole of a planet has been organized to accommodate refugees that number many times the actual population of the planet. So anything that involves someone with a high technical skill stopping to do work is going to be an incredibly difficult thing to pull off if you can do it at all. And if you do, it's going to be really expensive. However, buying supplies might be a little easier.
So you're saying before doing modifications to an existing suit, it might be cheaper to actually go through and buy a deep diving suit and extra gear than it would be to modify.
Pending that you can find one.
What about? Don't we have the hostile environment vac suit? We got the combat vac suit.
You have the boarding combat vac suit.
Boarding, yeah.
So hostile environment vac suit would work too.
Yeah. If you can find one, yeah, that would be perfect for it. There's a couple suits that are designed for it. There's actually, if you go deeper in the catalog, there are suits specifically designed to go underwater. Also, there are submersibles if you have to go really deep.
Well, section 5, page 47 is all the marine environment stuff.
47.
Yeah, 47 too. I think John is so paranoid of the water that I'm going to try to buy a deep diving suit just to ease my anxiety.
Okay, we're not to the point where you can do that quite yet. So let me set the scene while you guys are going through the catalogs before we get too far ahead of ourselves. I really wish we'd recorded our Scooby-Doo episode so the Knicks could go back and watch the horror that are those things. So the ship sets down on this raft. And when I say sets down on the raft, I mean this thing bobs and bucks like a lot. Like almost 30-degree angles with the sea. But the ship does eventually settle onto this thing, and it makes noises as it moves around. And the first thing you hear is Picker come over the intercom and be like, Scotchy, get yourself some tether line like you're going out on space and go inspect this raft. Don't disconnect the tether, because if you fall in here, we can't get you. And he clambers out there with a actual like EVA tether so that he can climb back if he falls off this raft. Eventually, he reports back that the raft is in serviceable condition, but is not a long-term solution. And
I don't like the sound of that at all.
if you guys want to disembark, you now have to walk down this gangplank that's set up on oil drums that goes to a central like point where there's a bunch of security guards who are doing weapon checks and such.
Will the EVA suit tether allow me to travel to the security checkpoint?
No, not even close.
Not long enough?
No, not even close. And as you walk out of the ship when you disembark, you can see that all around you are barges setting up other rafts like this. Like there's welding going on everywhere around you, and there's people in these kind of scuba suits you're talking about who are flying around. They're not flying around, swimming around, doing welding underneath the water on these things. I'm getting feedback from somebody real bad. Who is it? It's
me.
It's Maul.
Try again.
Yep. It's much better. Yeah, that's good. So, you guys gonna... Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on tightly to Sammy.
Sure. That's a good idea. You can't hold on to the railing because there isn't any to speak of.
Fuck. Sammy, dude, this is not my best hour. You know what I'm saying? I'm green. I don't like the rocking. There's waves. There's literal waves, Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as scary as space. If you fall in that water, you just swim a little bit.
Up and be like, and point out, can I see any sharks from where we're at?
You can't see any sharks because there's patrols. The security people are hitting them with stunners to keep them at bay. But off in the distance, you can see a fishing boat that has a tear taken out of the side of it that's limping back into port.
The sharks here, they get massive and they're super intelligent. This planet's gonna be great.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we gotta find one of these psionic places. We gotta do a little bit of research to figure out where like this thing that's talking to me is. And we gotta hope that our ship doesn't sink into the sea. Are we gonna do that conversation in the big, I don't know, is that a village, a city?
Yeah, the main platform is the size of a city.
We need to go into the city to get some equipment.
We don't even know what kind of equipment we need. We need to figure out like where we think it is. Are we just buying the deep diving suit?
I think a hostile environment back suit would be more effective and similar in price.
Oh man, it says this diving suit it's full of gel and you just breathe the gel. Oh, that looks terrifying.
Basically, you have to drown in the suit in order to breathe. I look at John and I'm going, I don't think that's going to work for him.
Well, what's the depth of the water that we're dealing with here?
But we have no idea. Let's try to figure that out before we go buying stuff.
No, I listen. I'm not saying I'm afraid like John is, but I would like to have a suit that would keep me safe, regardless of whether I need it.
And don't forget the harpoon gun.
Why would I want a harpoon gun?
The spear gun to shoot the sharks.
I have a hammer.
Does the water suit let you like use water jets and basically fly in the water? Because the hostile environment vac suit does not do that.
Dive suit does let you do that?
I don't know if it does or not. I was asking.
It didn't say that it did.
If it doesn't say it, then it probably doesn't do it.
Yeah, all it
Well,
does
the
is-
deep diving suit actually tells you that it restricts movement. Like it actually slows your movement down.
Yep. So it's going to be walking either of those ways.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with that. I mean, we could also buy a.
So good luck with your hammer.
You
True.
ever tried to hit anyone in water? Although guns are equally worthless.
Yeah, I'm gonna still do it. Challenge accepted.
That's why I'm going to look for a spear gun. So I'm going to look for one of those.
There's a grapple gun that would probably work, and then you could ride. Oh, then you could ride the shark.
So do we have to get through security? Because I want to ask the security guard where's a good place to spend some coins.
Absolutely. You do have to go through security, assuming that you guys are just bringing appropriate weaponry. You have no problems getting through security. You don't have the same fanfare is the only thing you would know. Like back on Zion Trey, when security sees you, like you guys are kind of celebrities there, and you don't have quite the same fanfare there, but they definitely still acknowledge, who you are, as far as official mercenary people who have licenses. When you stop and ask the guy specifically, what do you stop and ask the guy? So he's a local security guard who's been dealing with hundreds of refugees today, and the life in his eyes has almost gone out.
Oh man, rough day. I'm having a pretty rough day too. And I kind of throw up a little bit in my mouth.
I'd like to ask the guard if he's seen any of the really big sharks around here.
He's like, yeah, I grew up. They're actually not that bad as long as you're intelligent about it. If you don't like pick a fight with them, they're very territorial. So give them a wide berth. But
I've heard they can take a chunk out of a ship.
he points to the ship that's coming in. He's like, that ship most likely wandered into one of their feeding grounds, and that is from one of those sharks.
So John, check that shit out.
No. So, I'm kind of looking for maybe like a life jacket, maybe some swimming gear. Do you go? Is there a store nearby that I could buy some like flippers? Maybe I think there's like an artificial gill thing, right? Maybe I can get one of those.
I mean,
Yeah, here, brother.
So obviously basic survival supplies, camping supplies are really hard to come by right now, but stuff specifically for the water isn't actually that bad. Most of the refugees are not trying to be in the water for obvious reasons. I know a couple guys. What I would suggest doing is going down to the docks and talking to the local fishermen and trying to pick up something cheap that's secondhand if you want to save money. If money isn't an obstacle, you can go all the way into the city core, and they have some pretty amazing stuff on there, but, with the current supply and demand situation, you might get a little taken for a ride on the price.
Rather talk to locals anyway. I appreciate the help. Thanks. And I tip him. I'm gonna give him some money.
That does cause his eyes to light up. You're the first person to hand him money today.
Yeah. For your help, man. I really appreciate it. Do you know anybody down at the docks that would help us out? In particular. Down there or something?
You said gills, so are you talking about going underwater, or are you talking about going above water?
So I'm terrified of water. I'm going to be straight up with you. So I'm afraid to get in. But if I get in, I want to be prepared. So is there a dive shop down there, or somebody that could help me out with, maybe a gill or a couple?
There's a couple local suppliers there. I talked to the fishermen themselves first, because they often have second-hand hardware to offload. You might be able to get it at a cheap rate. The other thing that you might be able to do is, if you're really afraid of going underwater, I know this seems counterintuitive, if you have to go underwater, there's several submersibles docked there. We don't do all of our fishing on the surface. It's really hard to gauge how much that's going to cost you, though, depending on what you want to do.
I get you. Oh man, thanks for the information. I appreciate your help.
Yeah.
We'll head down there.
Thanks for the tip. This makes all the unpaid overtime so much better.
Dude, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I stared daggers at Maul. All right, so he's saying that we should go down to the docks.
Yeah, we can go down to the docks. I think we're gonna prefer to go to one of the bigger shops, but maybe the dock guys will have some information we wouldn't get elsewhere.
Maybe they know.
Also,
about
if we
these
get onto the
colonies.
docks, we might see them. They might have caught something big.
Maybe we should go into the interior of the.
No, I think you're right. Let's go down to the docks next to the water.
Sammy, how you feeling? You sensing any craziness? You picking anything up, boy?
The shark talks to me.
I throw him in the well.
We should have bought that artificial gill first. I haven't reached out to anybody. I don't know if we want to like just sign. If there's a whole colony of people here, then they might not take kindly to just being called out. I don't know if we want to talk to a local before reaching out to a local.
This isn't one of those things you ask the locals about. Although we should check. I was looking at some of the myths. We should probably check the. How do I put this? The stuff that's reported but not believed, because you might find your clues there.
There's a major industry on this planet that you would have bumped across during your research that the other players are aware of because they've played on this world before and you're not. One of the major industries on this planet is going to the underwater ruins of the ancients and trying to salvage their super advanced technology. So
we know where we're going now.
It's a massive area to cover, though.
That sounds fun. You could die for free stuff.
But in the party, Deacon and Maul are actually the only people who know that because those are the only characters that have been here before, I think.
Guy was in space helping clear out a space station.
Oh, okay.
Oh, those people are down at the docks, though, so we can head that way.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where we should go.
So you guys walk down the very unstable pier to the dock. And as you get closer to the city, everything gets more and more stable. Like there's a definite transition between incredibly hastily built and temporary floating docks and professionally built docks that are still floating, but they're floating on like real pylons that are buried into the coral. And they also seem to be like power generating. Like when the tide goes in and out, there's little things on the dock that are generating power for the city. Like it's a very permanent and high-tech installation.
This isn't so bad. This is okay.
As you get
solid.
Go ahead.
It's solid to walk on, right?
Yeah, it's as you get closer to the city, it gets more and more solid. It still moves a little bit when you step on it.
Okay. Not bad.
At some point, it'll move and you won't notice it because everything is moving. The reason you're noticing it now is because these are smaller platforms. But once you get to the bigger platforms, it'll be much less noticeable.
Yep. So you're on the outer docks right now, and this is where a lot of the fishing boats and submarines are. And let me give you a picture. The submarines are a very interesting design. They're not as you or I would think of a submarine. They look like this thing. And almost all of them are of this same design. Like there's a factory somewhere on this planet that churns these things out. There are a couple of submarines that are converted transports that kind of look like this. But they're much fewer and farther between.
You said that some are used for fishing, though? So,
Yep.
like, I'd imagine it's got a weapon or something on it, right?
So there's a top deck with a harpoon gun on top of most of these things. But it also looks like it's designed for the rear fin to trawl large nets. One of the subs you run across has a 50 caliber machine gun mounted to it. It also has very obvious bullet damage on various parts that has been patched.
Really? It's a sub with a 50 cal?
Yeah, there's so the hatch on the top of the sub that you get in and out of has like a handrail ring, and there's a 50 cal mounted on it. Like you would have to surface to use it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Interesting. So it
We'll
looks
say
like
it's got some use though.
pirates?
So if you want to ask some people about that, you can ask those questions.
Yeah. I'm gonna find somebody nearby.
Okay.
And be like,
So around you, you see what you would normally suspect from Long Pyramid, fishermen, people doing crab pots, things like that. You see, it's a very industrial blue collar area. You see worksmen doing repairs to various boats. It seems like the fish here do bite back a little bit more than we would be normally accustomed to. And there's a whole trade on the dock of repairing the ships rather quickly and hastily and getting them back out there to fish more. Right now, this is a booming port because there's a ton of mouths to feed. And you can definitely see that it's very quickly expanded and ramped up production from what was probably a pretty lazy pace before.
The sub with the 50 cal on it, does it have a name?
It does. The name of the sub with the 50 cal is the Andes.
Okay. You said there's a fisherman nearby, or a couple at least.
There's a bunch of fishermen.
Yeah. If any are like grouped up and chatting away, I'll walk up to them and I'm gonna say, "Hey, I know there's like a lot of commerce and trade around here, but that ship, the Andes over there, it kind of looks out of place. Is that one normally here?"
So they're gonna glance over you, and they're gonna kind of move, like you approach from behind them. They kind of like spread so that like they could all face you. And as they move aside, you see that their boat has a literal 12-foot shark hung from the side of it.
Oh boy!
Its mouth is big enough that it could probably just swallow you. And they were actually talking about how they were going to cut it up. Like they're sitting there with like machete-sized cutting implements, trying to decide how to cut it up. And they turn and like, hey, well, I guess with all the refugees, there are going to be some people wandering around. Yeah, the Andes belongs to a special interest group. They dock here on the regular.
Special interest group, like Earth huggers. Like, what do you mean special interest group?
Like, look, if you're one of the people that salvages technology, which you don't look like the type, that business can get very contentious. And there's also some people who don't want to do the digging, so they just take it from the places that do. And that ship specializes in anti-piracy maneuvers, although there's lots of rumors that maybe they're not as anti all the time. But that's just a rumor, and they've never bothered me, so I ain't gonna wish any ill on them.
Will you tell me who captains that boat?
I could point him out to you if I saw him in a crowd, but I don't rightfully know his name.
All right. You know where he hangs out, or where any of the crew are?
I'll be honest with you, they don't hang out in any of our normal spots, but I've been on the planet a good long time, and I have spotted them on the streets a couple times up by the university and the research centers. I'm guessing they get a lot of work up there.
All right. Well, I appreciate the information.
Can I slip him $100 bill and my business card and be like, "Hey, if you see him, give me a holler. I think we might want to do business with him."
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I can absolutely do that. Do you want me to just give him this card?
That'll work.
All right. Yeah. If I see him, I'll absolutely do that. Good day, sir.
Nice to meet you. All right, so
we're all just dumb fishermen.
I didn't say that.
I'm gonna say that you said that as we walk away.
That's
they've
horrible.
got machetes. I'm gonna make you feel weird.
I mean, they're not too bothered by it. They even share the money. Like they're
$100 bills will let you get away with a lot of bad words.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is like, he just said if you see him, and he paid in advance. Like they're like, yeah, if he happens to be here while we're here, we will totally do it. But we're about to leave on this boat. Like we're gonna cut this thing up and go to another one.
Nope, not a problem.
After you give him some money, can I look at them and say, "Hey, do you guys have any extra like gills or anything for sale?"
We've got some standard scuba gear that we use for doing maintenance on the boat. It's not rated for anything super deep, but we will let it go for cheap if you're in desperate need. Sounds like if you're asking about a sub, you might be thinking about going in the water. If you're gonna go real deep now, look, I ain't trying to stop a sale, but if you go real deep, like that sub goes to the ancient city underwater, and there's no swimming up from that. There's no if something goes wrong down there, a scuba diving suit ain't gonna help you.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
I'm just saying, you want to be able to dock down there, and if you want to get out of the sub down there, you want something that's meant to be that deep. There's also some special DSVs, deep submersibles, that the university has a single research ship, but it's been out of port for almost a month.
Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for the information. No, I'm not going to buy your scuba gear then.
Yeah, if you need something that's a little bit more deep dive, there's Eddie's shop up there on the pier. And he points to like 3 tiers up on the pier. There's like a overlook. It's got this ancient like fisherman store with like buoys and stuff hanging off the sides. Like he probably has 1 or 2 gently used suits you could purchase.
Appreciate the help.
Yeah.
We'll head that way.
Let us know if you ever want to do some real fishing.
Yeah. Okay. That's not gonna happen. We'll head up to the store.
So everybody's heading up to the store.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Find a sub for sale.
So our plans on the docks are done for the time being. That's good. And so you walk up to Eddie's store. There's this overhang. It's actually quite, as you walk up the path, it's actually quite beautiful. You can kind of see why people want to live here. This part of the docks is incredibly stable, so you're not having your seasickness thing as much anymore. Looking out on the horizon helps too. You guys landed in morning time, and the sun is now in the height of the sky, and you can see all the fishing boats out, except for the ones that are either bringing in catch or being repaired. It's quite a sight. And as you open the wood door to Eddie's shop, you get the classic. It's an actual bell that dings, and there's a gentleman behind the counter with blue overalls that says Eddie on it, and he's like, "What can I do for you, gentlemen? We are all sold out of camping equipment, portable food, ration packs, all the things that the UFRGs are looking for. I wish I could help you more, but we've sold it all."
I want to go diving.
He stops for a second, like you shocked him a little bit with that. And he's like, "Diving? You guys?
Yeah, underwater.
You don't look like tourists. You must be
On vacation.
You're on." And he smiles ear to ear when he said, he's like, "Yes, vacation. You guys look like you're vacationing. I can help you with that. Are you vacationing on behalf of any of the major entities in the area?"
Not officially.
And unofficially? He says it with a gravity the way he says it. You know the answer matters.
Maybe.
Well, maybe I can help you out, and maybe I can't.
Just looking for some hostile deep diving gear for tourism.
We're thrill seekers.
All right, Mr. Thrill Seeker. I have 4, and only 4, suits that might meet your needs. I got 2 hostile environment vac suits, and I got 2 deep sea diving suits. But
Dibs on the HE, also environment back. HEVS, yeah.
I've got limitations on it, and I'm also going to let you know they're gently used. They've been patched a couple times. I have confidence. I would take them diving. That's the best endorsement I can give a suit. But they need a little bit of extra TLC because sharks. So, I'm going to go ahead and preface this with, I also would like to know who you maybe are associated with before we go too much further. It matters to me as a businessman of the local variety.
We generally sub out to the Paladin.
So he doesn't know who the Paladin is, but he gets the impression by the title that it's not Engine. And he's going to say as much. He's going to be like, all right, you're not with the Megacorp, you're not with InGen. We can do business.
Oh yeah, we don't like them.
Yeah, fuck InGen. They can go fuck themselves.
I like your style. They have caused quite a bit of problem here, and I wish I could say that I was sorry that their boats have gone missing. But
What?
they're absolutely terrible.
Please tell me more.
Yeah, no. Damn it. Yeah, we'd like to hear more. I
Please
just
tell
don't
me
really
more.
want to hear about it.
He's really confused.
Oh no, he's afraid you're going to say something like they genetically modified some fish monsters, and that's why their boats are missing. He
That-
doesn't want to hear you say it, even though he knows that's probably what you're going to say.
I mean, that's why nobody here. Like, so a couple years ago, they come around and they say, hey, we're going to double your fishing capacity. What they didn't say was their new breed of fish were going to have razor sharp teeth, be pretty intelligent, swarm you, and kill all of our existing stock. They basically, they're invasive and they wiped out our major food crop, and now we have to fish them because they're the ones that are breeding and readily available.
At least they didn't infect you guys with the frogs and tadpoles.
The what now?
So they have these tadpoles that, like, a single drop gets on your skin, tadpoles swim around in your body, eventually explode out of you, creating little holes, you die. Those turn into frogs. Frog rats. Froggers? Frats? Whatever.
He's
Then-
he's looking at you so slack-jawed, you're almost positive this cigarette's going to fall out of his mouth.
And then if you touch the frog, you get infected that way too. It's horrible. Although flamethrowers do wonders.
Not underwater, they don't.
But well, in this situation, they did. I wouldn't suggest using a flamethrower underwater. We're pretty sure we took care of that problem.
Oh my god. All right. Well, I've got something else to haunt my dreams now. He starts walking out from behind the counter to show you guys the suits, and you realize that he's missing a leg below the knee, and he's got a simple cybernetic.
Shark?
He looks out like he's like, yeah, shark. And
Nice. How big?
and he points to the wall, and there is a Jaws-sized great white that is stuffed and mounted. He goes from the one end of the shop to the other.
25, 30 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big one. Are those pretty regular? see a lot of them?
He's like, no, that's actually the biggest one I ever saw. He's like, I went out after it because it got my brother. And then he keeps walking out towards the suits. The suits are in these cases. They look like drink coolers, but they've got like suits inside them. And he opens them up, and when he says they were gently used, like you can see patch marks on these things where like some of the holes have been taped. It looks like it's very sturdy tape, but it's tape.
It's duct tape, though, right?
Yeah, it's like specially designed patch tape.
Yeah, 200 mile per hour tape.
Is one of the suits like missing a leg and it's been repatched with a different color?
No, not one of these suits. He didn't have a suit for that.
What do you recommend to protect yourself underwater, like say from giant sharks or other things that are down there?
If you're going down in one of these, you're going to want a spear gun. Or they make a couple of deterrents that are okay for one or two offs. Like they make a spray that you like open a container underwater and it jets out this. It's like squid ink almost, and it's good for one attack. Basically, it'll fend them off. But they're real smart. It might stop them one time, and I say might because the older ones it doesn't do anything for them, and they get old.
You said there's a bunch of different entities. Which one might be looking to give a tour?
Give a tour.
Yeah, we got a suit. We need to get down there. Do you know anybody who's headed down? Maybe looking to pick up a extra of thrill seekers?
You know, nobody actually buys that thrill seeker line right there, son. I mean, I think it's funny as hell, but you're not actually gonna get anyone to believe that. No one goes into these waters for vacation, even thrill seekers.
I feel like Maul would definitely come here for thrill seeking and adventure.
So the short version is no, I don't know anyone who would just take you in. I will tell you that if you're looking to investigate InGen, the police locally were investigating the disappearance of their boats that I mentioned earlier. They'll probably know a little. They'll probably know a little bit more about it than we will. I can tell you right now, though, those boats been missing for a month, 2 months. And the thing that really brought it to everyone's attention was the 2 office guys they left behind turned up dead within a day of each other here on shore. And sharks don't do that. So,
what kind of damage did it look like they had?
Shark damage.
So, I'm repeating a rumor here now, so you gotta understand I wasn't there. But, one of them was a quote-unquote animal attack. The other guy was stabbed. That's what the news said.
Suicides.
So, let's talk about these suits.
Yeah, they
Yes.
look kind of used. What kind of money you looking for?
Well, for the diving suits, I'd let them each go for about, I'd say 10K a piece because I like you guys, and it sounds like you're going after engine. And I gotta tell you, that warms my soul a little bit, so I'll take a bit of a loss on those. I should mark it up, and if you go into the city, I'm sure that's what whoever's going in there is going to do. For the hostile environment vac suit, I could do 12.
Yeah, I think we have a deal.
All 4 of them? In cash? Holy shit. Yeah, okay, we can do a deal.
When he says cash, he means credit card, right?
Yeah, he needs a credit transfer on the spot, not a payment system.
Yeah, got it.
He was expecting for a purchase of that size for you to say, "Can I pay you over time or something?"
Oh no, we just. I think I look at everyone and I just pay for it with my credit card or with my bank card.
So, did you have enough to make that purchase before your 17 mil?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no problems whatsoever. You will notice when you pull your card out, because like their credit cards actually show you your balance when you pull the card out and look at it. That there's 2 numbers now. That there's a processing amount that is much larger than your available amount.
All right.
Because your business stuff is updating, but it's also worth noting that it's not the full, like the processing amount is not the full 17 mil.
What does that mean?
Some worlds, just to do a real quick overhead of it, won't allow super large quantities of money to be spent out of their accounts until they do 3 confirmations that the money's actually there. So you have so much money in your bank account that as an individual, they're like, we're not going to let you just spend all this because we need to confirm that it's real before you can spend it.
But I can use my cash on hand if I need to.
You can absolutely use that, and a good chunk of the money, like they're going to give you a third of the money up front. They're just going to, they're going to say, okay, you can do a third, you've got good credit, you're vouched for by the Paladin, you guys are all in good standing right now.
So we have 5 million.
Yeah, well, you have that much pending. That'll be available within 24 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I tell everybody not to sweat. I got this. This trip's on me.
You did tell them about that money, right?
No. No, I'm waiting to find something awesome and buy it.
This trip better be on you then.
The trip is there'll be a lot of trips on me.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. If you just wanted to buy that sub, it's 483,000. So,
Yeah, we gotta get the one with the patches though, and that gun on it.
So, all right, you guys got yourself some deep sea size. So that's gonna take a little bit of wrangling. Are you gonna try to take those back to your safari ship, or what you can do?
I want to put mine on immediately. I'm gonna have the guy at the shop help me get into it. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna wear this out. Actually,
John, I don't think you could wear that into the city.
I'm gonna wear it as far as I can.
Are
Yeah.
you talking about the deep diving suit?
Yeah.
So the hostile vac suit and the deep diving suit use different stuff. Technically, they're power armor, so you can't actually wear them in the confines of the city. But
Oh, okay.
but it's also, do you have vac suit 1? And also moving around in the streets of the city, and that thing's gonna be difficult because space is at a premium. This is a platform that's built on top of a reef, so the streets are for walking, not driving vehicles, and they're super narrow.
Yeah, I've been trying to explain that to John.
He's still trying to get in it. Even the shop owner Eddie's like, I mean, you can walk down to the dock in that thing and no one will stop you, but if you try to leave this dock and that, the police are gonna very politely tell you to fuck off.
Okay. Well then, how about this, Eddie? Do you have an artificial gill for sale? Can I buy that?
Oh yeah, he points to a shelf. He's got 3 or 4 of those.
All right.
I know what I wanted to ask. Do you have? So I know we don't have time to add the submarine maneuverability to these. Do you have a like a handheld? It's like a propeller with handles.
I think that's the thing that's in the supply catalog. That is right.
Oh, it is. I didn't see it in there.
I thought it was. Let me check real quick. Central supply catalog. Tools and
I'm gonna
engineering.
A gill and a life jacket. I'll at least walk around with a gill and a life
You
jacket.
can totally walk around with a life jacket on. No problem.
There's swimming equipment, but I was looking for.
With those deep dive suits, do we need to have one of those heated dive suit, or is that like a heater can be put in the dive suit, or I don't know if a heater is
Dive
part
suit
of
would
that
have
deep
all
dive.
of that. So the deep dive suit would have all that. The heated
Gotcha.
dive suit is designed more for shallow.
Oh, that's fine. I just didn't know if it was part of the deep dive suit or not. That's cool then. I wouldn't mind getting myself one of those artificial gills and then also a spear gun.
Yeah.
Artificial gills, definitely available. The spear gun. Trying to find it real quick. On the same page? Not on the same.
Page 47, 46 if you're not looking at it. If you're looking at the PDF, it's 47. Oh, my bad. My bad. It's not. I'm like way off on the wrong thing.
He's gonna have one. I just don't know what tech level or what capabilities it's gonna have.
Yeah, I'm
Spear
trying to
guns
find-
on 115.
It's a low level.
Tech level
115.
6.
Absolutely has it. And it's
We should pick up a couple of those if he has them.
those he has in spades and plenty of different things to go with it. He's gonna have special modifications for special ammunition you can put in it.
We'll take all that.
So on page 139, he has a concussion attachment for it. And he has a fragmentate. No, that's for only heavy, so I can't use that. Concussion probably is too. We're still going to say he has concussion for it. So if you want to cause like a area affected, knock something unconscious, you can.
Do you have anything that's like electrified?
Not by default. You see, the thing about you being in water and using electric stuff is that you're also in water.
Electromagnetic pulse stuff.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll take what he's got.
Okay.
Do you have a poison
Armor
one?
piercing stuff.
So he does sell the deterrent stuff. That he says, like, if you want to put like an aerosol tip on this thing, he's like, you can take this aerosol container, it's designed to work underwater, and you can put the deterrent stuff that they hate in it, and you can try to use that. He's not sure how well it's going to work, but he's like, you can do that.
You haven't milked like a stonefish or a big old ray and coated the tip of one of those in that?
No, the spear gun's usually pretty sufficient.
What about an underwater welder? You got one of those?
That's actually really hard to come by. The militia boys came by and cleaned us out of all of our working construction tools. I doubt you're going to be able to find one for purchase. You could probably rent one or borrow one from the militia boys when they're not using it, but you see all those rafts out there. I imagine that's where you came from. Like, that many has had to be built in just a couple of weeks, and they're not going to be done for quite some time. They're also buying up every bit of scrap metal they can to build those things with.
What about flares?
Oh, yeah, I got plenty of flares.
All right.
Ooh, nitro detonator. Or a neutrino detonator.
What makes you think he's going to have a neutrino detonator?
I don't know, it looks cool.
Okay, so are we done at Eddie's?
Not sure yet. Hold on. I'm trying to find the vehicle section.
Okay, we got all our spear guns, we got attachments. Did we get attachments with those or just spear guns?
I mean, they don't come with attachments by default now. They're just spear guns.
Gotcha.
Is the vehicle book in a different one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole book.
It's the one I'm looking at?
Is it called the Vehicle Handbook?
I don't know. I can't tell what these books are called.
Oh, you're looking at it on the table?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it's on the table. Hold on. I thought I had already sent it to you as a PDF.
You might have, but it's so much work. Oh, here we go. This is the book here, isn't it?
Yes, but that's a core rulebook. You're going to have to use it as a PDF. I can't import it right this second.
So were we able to get like the transpo pack or the what is that thing called?
Oh, so
Oh, Miss Sister.
there's one of those units that you can get, but the warning that you get from Eddie is it's not really meant for deep sea operation. The pressure down there is likely going to crush it. It'll work really well close to the surface, but it's not really made for being deep underwater. It's because it's also like you look at it and it's made of plastic and it's for blatant civilian recreational use. It's not heavy industrial piece of equipment.
Okay, so he doesn't have any advice on what we could use instead.
He says if you're going that deep, you should get a submarine to take you down there, drop you off, and then walk.
Do you know of
Fair enough.
anybody with a sub?
He's like, there's all kinds of guys down there with the sub. He went to the dock. He's like, there's at least 7 of them currently in dock, and there's probably another dozen out at sea.
Phrase. Do you know anybody that would want to sell us a sub that we would want to buy?
Oh, you
That
mean
you would advise?
you
That's
want
a good idea.
you want to buy a submarine?
I mean, I guess we could just rent one, but what stops them from not coming back for us?
I mean, traditionally they wouldn't leave. Back when I was doing salvaging, which is a real dangerous line of work to be in, we would take the submarine down, and the only person who'd stay back with the submarine was a pilot, but the pilot would keep the submarine on station while we went and did the salvaging, and then he'd bring us back. They wouldn't drop us off and leave, traditionally.
Who do you trust?
I'd trust just about any of the good old boys down there at the dock. They're pretty good. There's some special operators you can talk to. I don't do any business with them, but usually when someone's like you is looking to do business, they don't rely on the fishermen to do it. But
We're looking for somebody that can handle themselves. We've heard that you can run into some issues if you find something. Issues as far as keeping it.
So that usually happens on the surface of the water. What'll end up happening is the submarines down there, they're not really meant to be submerged full time. They come up to the surface to do most of their traveling. And when they come to the surface near a salvage zone, there might be some go-fast boats that want to take a peek at your cargo. Obviously, they want to take it for themselves. So you'll see a few of these guys with harpoon guns mounted up on the railings. That's what those are for. That and, the occasional pesky shark that wants to take a bite out of the sub. Safest place to be if that's happening is, surfaced. A harpoon gun works pretty good on the sharks.
All right. Any of the operators you heard the best about, or at least the least worst?
I mean, my cousin Jim, obviously I'm partial. He's not had a pirate take anything off of him yet. But so the last one he shot with an anti-tank rifle. And
like your cousin. You've already sold me with your
and
cousin.
the police
You didn't have to go any farther.
the police had a little talking to with him, and they took his gun permit.
We could probably get him a gun permit.
I mean, he'd probably do it for the gun permit if you could get that reinstated.
I'm pretty sure we can do that. Let me make some calls.
So sounds like you got a line on a boat.
Yep.
Yeah, let's talk to this Jim.
Okay. So you guys want to go straight after Jim because you guys still don't have a destination.
I'm gonna ask him if he knows. Are there any cults on the planet? Anything we should stay clear of? They're just always kind of weird.
I don't know about cults, but most of the corporations here are up to no good. And like I said, I got a particular distaste for engine, which it sounds like you guys do too. But pretty much any of the megacorps down here. I mean, even the guys that make our fuel, they released harmful chemicals into the water right there underneath the city one time, killed off half the coral reef. I mean, they're the real bad guys around here, in my opinion. But of course, I'm just a local boy. Now the cults, no, not so much. Religion ain't real big on this planet.
Fair enough.
Do we want to try to take out Engine to see? Because Engine would be aware of psionic activity, right?
Well, you're gonna have trouble doing that there, bud, because like I said, they're all dead. Or not here. I'm assuming after a month of being out at sea on little tiny boats that they're probably dead, or they've run out of food. So
They had an office, right? That's probably got some kind of server rack.
They do have an office. You go up one block and then down Clement Street, and they'll be at the end there. It's in the Russian district.
Good to know.
About 10. I'm going to take a quick bio break.
All right, so I got one of them HAV suits and a spear gun.
Yep. I got everybody. I got everybody a suit of some sort and a spear gun.
Artificial gill and a life jacket.
I just picture you walking around with like a yellow ducky tube around your waist.
I also have the flippers on.
Yes. And wearing the gill while trying to talk.
Yes.
With the snorkel. With the snorkel and the mask, but still your full outfit.
I just look like Scuba Steve now.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got two leads. We can go to the engine office and look around, or we could just immediately go get a sub. And like my idea was that we get a sub, everybody gets inside, we get into the water, and then we knock Sammy out, and he pinpoints direction of these psionics. But
I mean,
we could dope him up here. He could do that from the surface, maybe.
No, we just throw him, like he just goes out into the, like we go down with the sub with land, he walks out and then he stands there for a few minutes and does the little thing. It's literally the largest hyperbaric chamber ever.
Oh, you just think that he should go out in the water while we're down there?
Mm-hmm.
Where there's sharks?
The sharks aren't gonna bother us.
Yeah, they are. too bad my Gauss rifle won't shoot underwater.
Do you think Tickles wants to go swimming?
Figured we'd bring him. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to find out if he can actually survive at that depth. But as he can survive in space, it seems possible that he could survive in the deep ocean.
Except that space is 0 atmosphere and deep ocean is crushing atmosphere.
Yeah, but if his lungs can survive in 0, or if his ability to breathe survives in 0, he probably is fine.
Maybe.
I would think his head would get squished. We need to get him a dive suit.
I'm no biologist. I'm just a simple sniper that doesn't like the deep ocean. And this is killing me that we're going out into the water.
We're going to go into a submerged city. Maybe it's going to be all under a dome. I don't know what it's like down there. That would be awesome.
Do you think we'd be able to take the sub back to our ship so that I could get my other weapons?
Yeah, I think we're going to jump from our ship into just the water and then get picked up from there. Or throw a bag over the edge and then have the sub go pick up that bag.
Oh, maybe that could work.
What's our verdict?
I think we need to figure out where we're going. So
You do need to figure out where you're going.
I look to Sammy for direction.
Yeah, I think we should take a look around in engine. Like I've got at least one back door. That was for that one very specific thing. But like, we've been in their systems before.
Why don't we talk to the cops first?
Yeah, it's less fun than hacking computers.
No, I mean, I'm saying, look, we just sent the cops a shit ton of information, right?
But did you send them all the stuff on engine?
Yeah, Deacon was taking care of that, remember?
He sent that to the lady.
He sent it to he sent it to the spokeswoman who's doing a completely different thing.
Oh, I thought we already sent that. My bad, because I just told Eddie that we had sent that stuff. I misunderstood.
We can go ahead and do that. I mean, fuck engine. We should tell everybody.
Yes. We start sending that information to the cops and then ask them if we can have a meeting.
Deacon's gonna pop up and have a point to make that doesn't that leverage become much less effective for the spokeswoman if we start spreading it around?
I don't know. Hold on. Give me a second. So if she's using it as leverage, as in she's not releasing it to the public, she's trying to get something out of engine, I don't know that I like that any more than... also, the less hidden the knowledge is, the more unsafe it is for the few people who have the knowledge.
Those are all valid points.
So nobody knows that we have that right now, except for maybe Eddie. Can we make a package about just the... Do we have logs of engine on this planet? Or do we have to go get them from there? How much have we gotten through all of the engine hard drives?
I'm struggling to understand what it is that you're asking.
I wanted to break into Engine's local office to see if they had any idea where psionics were on this planet. Do we need to do that, or was that on the hard drives that we took from the floating starship station?
So, good plan, bad objective. You guys are really you've really focused in on a thing that's not actually important to the plot. And I let you go with it for about 2 hours, so now I'm going to give you a little hint. Focusing on the psionics as a group is a bad idea.
So we want to find the entity that's talking to me, not the psionics?
Psionics weren't talking to you. You only even got to know they were here because you rolled boxcars. It's kind of an easy hint to go with as you're watching a GM. I gave you an extra bit of information I wouldn't normally have given you, which means it can't possibly be the primary objective for the session, right?
Oh, I thought it was tied together.
I did put vital information in there, but I said, hey, since you rolled boxcars, blah 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 blah, and
Gotcha.
that was extra. It's something that could be useful, but we've gone through 2 hours of the session and we're not even on our first map yet. So, yes, going to InGen's a great idea. You already have all the information you could possibly need about anything that's related to their projects or anything they would know about psionics on the planet, because they don't give a shit about psionics on the planet. That's not a thing they know about, not a thing they care about. But they would know, they would care very much about other things. And, there's this big mystery that's been dropped in front of you about 4 times.
So that they have a ancient.
Why don't we try doing some stuff in character rather than trying to pull the answers out of me?
So we should go to the police first and get the story.
There you go.
Then we can go to InGen when we know a little bit more about what we're getting into. Because I got to be honest, if we run into that tadpole shit again, I want to make sure we're prepared.
So, is there a nearby police office?
Yeah.
Or somebody on the case that we can call?
There's various different precincts you could go in there and start asking questions about if you'd like. You want to go to the one local here? You want to go to the one by the InGen office?
I thought we were right, like 1 block away from the engine office from the store.
A block in a mega city is a little different than a block like in a country city. But yes, like there's a police station here on the docks for obvious reasons, and then there's a police station up in the city proper where the thing's located.
So the one down here at the docks would have dealt with the bodies and ships that went missing and came back.
Maybe, yeah. Let's go there.
None of the
less
engine ships
likely to have been paid off.
None of the engine ships have come back.
Okay, and less likely to have been paid off since they weren't right next to the office.
It's a valid
Maybe.
point. You could also check both. So you guys mosey on over to the local police precinct. They are also as swamped as any other responders. They've got people pulling shifts, there's frantic people coming and going, deliveries and stuff. And you walk up to the front clerk, and he looks up and says, "What can I do for you, gentlemen?"
We'd like to speak to the officer who's investigating the InGen case.
InGen. Are you guys some kind of corporate insurance people?
No. Interested third party?
All right, whatever. And he hits a few buttons, and he's like, "Hey, can you tell Rico to come out towards the front?" And a minute later, a guy in his 60s, smoking a cigar, traditional like old cop turned detective, comes out, and he's like, "What can I do for you, gentlemen? You had questions about one of the cases?"
Yeah, we understand you were the officer, one of the officers investigating the InGen case.
Oh, the boats that went missing. Yeah. I mean, we don't really have a whole lot. They hired out one of the research vessels from the university, and they took both of their boats, and they went out to sea, and they just never came back. I went to question their they left 2 people behind at the office, and I went to question them about the whereabouts, and they said it was privilege and knowledge, and that basically we should mind our own damn business. That kind of left us at a standstill until a couple days later, when both of those guys ended up dead. Those murder investigations aren't directly part of my bailiwick, but have been informed because it's probably related to our case. But then we also have the fact that the InGen corporate lawyers sent us a cease and desist saying we couldn't search the premise of their office. And the district attorney hasn't been able to sort that out. So we're kind of stuck.
Can't get a search warrant?
And that's what we're trying to do, but you got to understand, megacorps run everything, including the government. So when a megacorp says don't search our premise, they got it on lockdown.
What if there's a break-in at the office? Then you could go inside, right?
Takes a long swig of his coffee, like he's like evaluating you.
Yeah, like what if there was a
You know,
break
the
in and
alarm
some
went off.
concerned citizens called you
Right.
and
You'd have
said,
to be able to get inside.
right? Especially if the concerned citizens found things worth investigating.
That'd be unfortunate for Engine.
Yes, it would.
They've had a lot of unfortunate due to us.
Yeah,
A little more won't hurt them.
yep. It's funny.
Unfortunately.
Some of us try to save them from themselves. Not all those researchers were bad people. But, yeah, I mean, when a boat goes out for a month and doesn't come back, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure they probably ain't coming back.
I assume you have no idea what they were doing out there.
No, they keep that shit locked down pretty tight. And when I sent requests in for information to their corporate headquarters, I got a 15-page, well, go F yourself was basically what they said.
Yeah, we believe that because we recently discovered, some craziness with Engine. It'll be public knowledge soon enough. You'll find out about it, but it's not good. And it's pretty enlightening on how they run things on a corporate level. So you could consider us investigators. We really appreciate your assistance on this. We are going to be in touch, I think.
Investigators, huh? Alright. Well, you haven't broken any laws as far as I can tell. Try to keep it that way.
Besides yourself, are there any other officers who might have more information?
Not about InGen. I'll be honest with you. There's more people who don't give a crap that they're not available, not here, than who do.
Fair enough.
Nobody was related to any people on the ships?
So, people on the ship, sure, but actual InGen employees, no. The college lent their research vessel to them, which, that's the biggest part of the event. The only reason there's an investigation being done, period, is for the families of those students.
Okay, so did the university lost a lot of money in the research ships, right? And the vessels?
Yeah, it's a 3 or 4 million, I think, for that research vessel.
Did the university know what they were researching?
I doubt it.
Okay.
That's something you could look into, but when I went to the university, they basically said that they were under NDA and couldn't talk about the research unless I could prove that it was definitely related to the disappearance of the students, which is legalese for you got to slander InGen to get that info. It's legal fuckery.
All right.
Fair enough.
So if
All right.
we get that proof, though, like maybe it's in the offices.
Could be.
Well, no, John, we wouldn't be getting that proof. We're just saying hypothetically if someone broke in there.
Yeah, if the proof was gotten,
Could be.
then you can move on.
They like neatly laid out on a table.
Right.
You never know.
You never know. Wink, wink.
He seems genuinely amused. He doesn't seem like he's the kind of guy. He's not actually putting a lot of faith that you're going to pull this off. But he also, you can tell he doesn't see what he's got to lose by just going along with it.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got Plan A now.
All right. You guys got anything else for Rico?
No. I think we're gonna go do a little sightseeing.
Yeah.
Okay. You get to load our first map. Oh, I didn't mean to collect all that like that, but I did. So you guys borrow a ground car, or you take take feet transport since the city's not really designed for vehicle traffic.
We can borrow a ground car.
Okay. So you guys roll up, and the closest you can park, because of the way the city's designed, is at like the edge of this particular sprawl. It seems like the original platforms were built in sections, and each section is very densely done, but the areas between the sections are like roads. So this is all one section of the city. And by the time you guys pull up to here, the sun started to go down. You spent a whole day so far buying stuff and doing these investigations.
Dude, you always want to go into places like this at night. All right, Sammy. I'm not really the breaking and entering type.
I mean, we gotta scope it out, find a thing, pick a lock on a door, or just kick a door in, or see if they've got Wi-Fi. Let's see how close we can get and see if they've got a secure Wi-Fi network. There's a lot of different ways to do. You want to climb on a roof?
Okay. Yeah, however you want to do it. So what you see here is a rather quiet area for what it is, but because all the refugees, all these buildings are definitely occupied. It's just that there aren't a lot of people out doing commerce. There's a guy in this stall who's hawking food, hot food, and there are a few people like lounging around, like either buying food or talking after having their meal. But you don't see a ton of other people like out.
I'm gonna walk up to the food stand and wait in line.
Guy's selling kebabs, and he's like, "Get your kebabs!" And he like he has all sorts of, almost all fish-based kebabs, obviously. But like he does his thing. You roll up, and he's like, "What can I get you? We're fresh out of anything that ain't fish, seaweed, or something that can be grown in hydroponics, but it still leaves a pretty good chunk."
Yeah, man, I'll take the special. You know, whatever you would eat, I'll take it.
He gives you a knowing smile, and he's like, "Good man." And he turns around, and he does a little bit of shuffling, and he turns back around, and he's got tortillas wrapped around a kebab that's like bulging, and you can see like it looks like it might be some sort of salmon, but it's massive, like hanging out of each side of this thing, and it's all on a skewer, and he hands it to you, and it takes both hands, like it got the weight of a small child.
Ooh, man, this looks delicious. Is this one of those crazy carnivorous fish that showed up here?
So the little ones in the middle is bits and pieces of them. The big ones on the outside are some of the last vestiges of the super salmon we have here. Most of the super salmon are actually kept in tanks in the inside of the city perimeter now, so that the other fish can't get to them. You know about that, so you've been asking some questions. You're definitely not a local, but you know, it's good to know the place you're staying.
Yeah, I try to get to know it. You know, speaking of which, I'm trying to get to know the area a little bit. That engine office is around here, right? Where? Do you know where it is?
Yeah, they were pretty good customers up until about a month ago, and he kind of leans out the window and points all the way down the road to this building down there at the end. He's like, "It's all locked up though; they're not there." Last two of them met an unfortunate end. One of them right here in this neighborhood, unfortunately.
No shit. No shit.
He was stabbed. They say it was one of the refugees that's getting desperate, but like truthfully, the refugees have not been the problem. A lot of people say they've been. Most of them are just, they're running for their lives, and they're trying real hard to, you know, make the best out of a bad situation. They're not bad people.
Yeah, you know, that's the same everywhere. People give refugees bad rap, but you know, they're just trying to get out of desperate situations. So, hey, man, I appreciate the kebab, and I'll pay him handsomely for it, like more than what he was asking for.
He appreciates the tip. He's like, "Yeah, man, tell your friends."
Absolutely, I will. I'm gonna walk back to the group and be like, "This kebab is delicious." I threw up a lot this morning. I'm trying to get it back in. You guys should have a kebab if you want something. This is good.
I grabbed some kebabs. Gotta give him some cash.
Yeah, the engine office is right down the end of the street, though. We could eat our kebabs and head that way.
Perfect.
You wouldn't look out of place walking down the street eating a kebab here. Lots of people doing that. As you roll by, there's a double door that looks like it's a rather heavier security door. Kind of, the front of this building is semi-accurate to what you see. The only difference being that a lot of this industrial shit on the top isn't there. And there isn't a door up here at the top is the main thing that is the difference. The roof is raised a little bit here for AVHC purposes. And there are vents that go in and out, and then there's these tanks. They are actually tanks up here of various different petroleums and different fuels and such. You're not sure what those are for.
Okay.
Do we see any cameras or extra security people walking around as we're just smoking and joking, enjoying our subs?
There are
Not subs.
no obvious security people. The doors have obvious alarms on them, and there is a fisheye on each corner of the building, but it's not like a super high quality one.
Getting dark now too, right?
At this point, the sun has gone down. It is dark. You're on streetlights.
I heard a thing that if you hit these external cameras with like an infrared at night, they won't be able to see. And you can like melt them with a strong enough infrared laser. I think we actually have them built into our helmets. The big helmets, they're back on our ship, but they have infrared cameras on them. Never mind, not lasers, they have cameras. Just trying to think here.
Is there a gift store nearby that I can grab a laser pointer at?
I would say a gift store, but there are several shopping areas around. You will notice that only one of them, only the 24-hour one that's right next to Engine. Whoops, that was the wrong button. Right there. That one's open. The other shops are closed for the evening. Also, this shop, as you look in the windows, the big one that it would normally be your big outlet store, is like they've cordoned off half of the store and turned it into a refugee area. So it's not got as much for sale because they're housing refugees in the store.
Oh, there's people in there.
Yeah.
You can also like.
You said, hold up. You said there's a convenience store?
Yeah, right here. It's a convenience store.
All right. Is there a food shortage on this planet?
There's not a big shortage, but there is definitely there's a food is more expensive, but not that it's not available. Like those fishermen are making those runs they're making because they're not used to having to provide for this many mouths.
You know, John, we could pay some of the refugee kids to throw things at the cameras.
Yeah, that's an option. I mean,
Cops wouldn't
Sammy,
really
was
care
there
one way or
any
the other.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I'm gonna find a back alley that looks a little bit darker and sit down against the wall and see what kind of Wi-Fi signals they got.
I mean, we don't really want to make the refugee kids into, what the locals fear them to be, which would be rowdy and obnoxious. So,
But the locals don't like InGen, so we'd actually be fostering goodwill.
Give me a computers roll.
Sterling, you know anything about like HVAC? You like climb in?
Oh, that's an 8.
Find 5 networks.
So crawling inside HVACs is what you're saying?
I'm just asking if you know anything about it. You ever seen Die Hard?
Many times.
It's a Christmas movie.
It is a
Always.
Christmas movie.
I don't know anything about crawling in through vents, but I am down to give it a try.
Kizik, what do you want to do?
Are any of them? I found 5 different ones.
Yep.
None of them speak out to me, as in none of them are Engine Corp Wi-Fi 1.
None of them are named like that, but there's a signal strength that suggests it might be that building, and it's the only secured network in your area.
And it's a printer network.
Oh man, I'm gonna come in through that printer firmware upgrade. Can I just force it?
You can try. Roll your intrusion.
Password is engine backwards.
That's a 13.
Password is I hate my boss.
What was it last time? I love soup.
Yep.
Soup.
So you're in, and you have access to internal and external cameras. You have access to door locks. You have access to the file server.
Security cameras by chance?
Yes, I said security cameras. That's I thought I did first.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I must have missed it.
I've leaned a little bit to the left, so my voice may not have been perfect.
I can either get all the files from here, or I can open those doors.
We want to check out what's inside too, right? Somebody died here.
Loop
Yeah.
the cameras. Loop the cameras and
Kill the cameras, unlock the doors, and let's go.
I kill the cameras and I loop the cameras and unlock the doors. Turn off the alarms.
Oh snap!
I guess I don't have to bother to go and crawl through vents. That's nice.
The door's open.
Go through the double doors.
So, as you walk in through here, the office is immaculately clean.
Like a cleaning service has been through here.
Yes.
Oh,
And recently. Like, you can still smell the disinfectant.
Oh dear.
didn't the police say that there was an investigation going on in here?
They said they wanted to and were told not to come in here. They couldn't do it. So, those doors do open for you. As Maul walks in, you walk into, it looks like it is a research office. There's all kinds of data chips, data wafers, paperwork with scribbles on it. There's maps of the, like, oceanographic maps of the nearby areas and all sorts of signal strength stuff. And 2 desks that look like they're set up for office cubicle people.
all right. Is anything, any of the research kind of stand out?
Give me a perception roll. Recon plus an int. To see if you can put it together.
Sammy, you feel anything in here?
No luck.
Okay. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff, and in your mind, you're like, there must be something here, but I'll be damned if I can figure it out on my own.
Yeah, I'm a soldier. I'm gonna sit down at one of the computers and see if I can figure anything out that way, because I actually have computers, although the score would be about the same.
Okay. You can go ahead and give that a crack. And meanwhile, Sterling, John, and Sammy, what are you doing?
Got a 9.
You're in.
Sammy's password worked.
Turns out that's the IT guy's desk you're at.
Yep.
So, Sammy, you're not going to be able to just walk in that door. That door has a physical lock on it. The electronic lock is unlocked, but there's an old school, like, tumbler key lock for it. The door is also made of wood, which is, like, all 3 of these office doors are actually made of wood, but this one's very ornate.
Like a name tag or anything?
There is a nameplate.
This is the room we want to go in, guys.
It's locked. Have you ever picked a lock? You got lock picking tools?
I hear them talking.
Yeah, it's not soundproof.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk out here and just kick the door in.
I sure wish we had a hammer.
Okay, if you want to take that approach, you absolutely can. Sammy did call out that he disabled the alarm system, so that does not go off as you smash the wooden door into splinters. It did say Michelle Yates, VP of Engineering, on it.
And then I go back to my computer.
Sterling, as you walk in, this office is not as immaculately clean as the rest of it. The cleaning service doesn't appear to come in here. There's an executive desk in front of you. And it doesn't have a ton of paperwork. It has tumbler locks on its drawers, but there is a computer sitting at the terminal, or at a computer terminal that's sitting at the desk.
Well, I don't know that much about computers, but I will take out my stealth knife and start cracking into some of these desk drawers.
Okay. Are you trying to pick them, or are you just trying to smash them open?
Just go ahead and smash them open. He said they were just it's just a desk drawer, like mechanical locks, right?
Yeah, so it'll just be, I'm just going to make it a matter of time. So you're just going to be working on that while, I'm assuming Sammy's going to try and get in the computer?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, we've got a new computer system here.
Mhm.
Is there the notes on the desk? Are there notes on the desk?
So this one doesn't have notes on desk. There's a computer terminal on the desk, and there's several drawers that are locked that Sterling is currently popping open.
A nice little bit too close to my leg. But yeah, let me open. Is it the same password?
It does not. Go ahead and roll a computers check. With your intrusion check.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just reset all the passwords with the IT guy's account?
With a computers check, you can attempt to do so.
Got a 9.
You are in. Mr. Shear, you're at the secretary's terminal. You do notice that a lot of the security feeds and stuff, like this desk is actually relatively high tech, although it doesn't look it from the outside. This is where the security cameras and locks and stuff are actually controlled from the secretary's desk, and it also has logs of comings and goings for employees and such. Maul, what'd you get on your computer score to reset all the passwords?
I haven't rolled it yet.
Okay.
I can roll it.
If you want to do it, you don't have to.
I
Please
wasn't sure if I was supposed to or not, so I was holding. I got a 7.
Okay. So all the passwords are reset, but they're not to something that you know.
Whoops. I'd like to walk away from the computer. Oh wait, it didn't lock me out yet though, right?
No, you're still sitting in a live terminal, and Sammy's not kicked out either. But I wanted to know before John tried to use his desk, whether or not he was going to have the original password or the default password.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get into the security camera system. I want to watch what happened the last couple days while there were employees working in here.
Okay. Go ahead, and you're going to have to break into the system, so roll me a computers check.
The password is now defaulted to admin. Is it intellect or education?
It is education and computers.
Ah, all right. Then I got an 8.
Okay, so it did default to admin. You can log into the system. I'm also going to use that as your score to look up the stuff, but I do want you to roll a perception check to see if you catch something important.
Okay.
Sterling, can you give me a perception check too, since you now have the drawers open?
All right.
I got a 10 on my perception.
Oh, you definitely see it. So there's a guy who sneaks out once every other hour to vape behind the building. And after all, the bulk of the employees leave the office and go off on the expedition, one day he's back there, and a dark figure that's way bigger than any human you've ever seen appears virtually out of nowhere, and then runs a long-bladed weapon through him and into the side of the building, withdraws it, and then disappears back beyond the camera's view.
Oh, shit. That was the stabbing, then?
With a 10... Let me roll one more thing. You recognize its gait and movement as being that of a chitin.
Oh, shit, dude. Can I clip that video and save it?
You absolutely can.
Sweet.
it is moving with a purpose. You've not seen Chitin work strategically like this before, though. Like,
Right?
if
It's,
if it's in the middle of a city of humans, you would think it would just be killing everything, but this one didn't.
and he's got a hood on?
It didn't have a hood as much as it stuck to the shadows where the cameras couldn't see it as well.
Yep.
It was just a shadowy form. But you've seen this. The way they walk is unique, and you've seen it so many times. Like Malm would look at it and know, but the other two would be like, "Yeah, how do you know it's a Chitin?"
I can just tell. Alright, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's news. I'm gonna let everybody know. Hey, guys, the employee that was here, the office employee, I guess he was the last one. I think he was stabbed by a Chitin. I've got it here on video. I'm gonna save it, maybe give it to the cops. But anyway, it's good evidence that the Chitin are involved with
Engine.
with Engine. Yeah, like this is big. Engine would. Oh man, Engine and Chitin are working together. Maybe. This is crazy.
So,
What have you guys found?
Sterling, how did your roll go?
Not very well. Got myself a 4.
Okay. There's one drawer you can't get open. The rest of them have, snacks and shit in it.
Michelle Yates, you nasty bitch.
Re-
So you get
really expensive packs of very slim cigarettes. Sammy, Maul, what are you guys doing now?
I made it into my computer. Now, what do I have to do this? I'm searching for. I'm gonna find the last location of the research specials.
The last location that this place will be able to confirm them at is at the docks. However, when you pull that up, you also pull up their planned route.
ho, there it is, boys.
Nice.
So we know where they were trying to go.
Yes. So they also it's referred to in all the documentations as the Alpha site, and it's a very cryptic thing. Like they never actually go into details on what's there, but there's so much documentation about it. And it seems like they're hesitant to write down a ton of information about it. But you also see clearance levels and account releases from high up on the corporate totem pole, way above this office. It suddenly became a big initiative about a month or so ago when they hired on the university boat. They paid the university 2 million credits for the use of the boat for 1 month.
Do I have anybody at the university to reach out to?
Not on this terminal.
No. Hey, Sheer, you got anybody? You got records up there? Who signs checks? Who do they sign the check to? It says that they spent $2 million to rent a research vessel.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
The check is written to the university.
That's less exciting.
Well, I guess we can start asking around at the university.
We can start renting out ships. We know where they're trying to go. When he said Chitin, do I feel a Chitin anywhere? Time? Can I reach out and see if I can find a Chitin?
At what level are you reaching out? Are you going to burn some psi points and full meditate, or are you just trying to sense the surface?
I want to sense Chitin life very specifically. That's a psi point.
Yes. What's the range on that?
Distant. Got a 9.
If you're not going to go into a full meditative state, you're not going to make connection. But you will vaguely sense a presence that could be a chitin. It's different than anything you've touched before. And as you reach out for it, you flash back to that moment you had when you turned around in your vision and came face to face with a chitin. And then, like, as soon as it happens, it's gone.
Guys, I might be reaching. Pretty sure there's probably a chitin somewhere here, but it's a weird chitin.
Maybe it's what I saw on the camera, stabbing that guy.
Have you ever seen just a single one chitin?
No, they're a hive mind. I guess. John, keep an eye on the cameras, and I'll post up on the door.
I'm still getting frustrated with this one drawer over here that won't open, so I take my knife and shove it in there and then give it a swift kick.
Give me an athletics check. Or melee attack. Either way will work.
Okay, rolled a 7.
Okay. Were you kicking it, or were you attacking it with your knife?
Oh, I put my knife in there and wedged it in there and then kicked the knife.
Okay, well, you have a knife handle now.
Yep.
I hear the commotion he's making.
You hear the distinct sound of hardened metal going ting.
I'd like to walk in there and just brawn the drawer open.
There's a lot of cussing and swearing going on too.
Okay, you can absolutely do that. I'm gonna move your character over here.
Thank you. That is 8, 10.
Okay, you rip the whole face of what looked like a drawer off. It's not actually a drawer. There's a metal thing behind the facade of a drawer. And to save some time, you wrench that out too. It's a metal, like, secure box that's keyed to a biological thumbprint. And you recognize it as a burn box. If you try to force this open, it'll thermite everything inside of it.
Right.
Hey Ma, I just want to let you know that I kind of weakened it up for you before you got here, so just want to let you know that.
Loose
I pat you on the head and tell you, I know, buddy, I know.
I loosen that pickle jar.
I go back to watching the door.
You might not be able to get that open, but just taking it out of here might make Engine sweat.
Yes, yeah, it's definitely going with us.
I mean, it's the kind of thing that you could hack. I don't know if you want to do it here in the middle of your, breaking and entering, but it's a thing that you can't force it open with a knife. It's kind of what I was getting at, but it can be opened.
How heavy is this thing? I mean, we able to just take it out and carry it to our place and...
It weighs... It feels like a ream of paper you'd get for the printer wrapped in steel. Like hardened tool steel. So it's got some heft to it. You wouldn't want to get hit in the head with it.
Anybody want to try and crack into it here, or do we want to take it back?
I mean, we were gonna call the police and tell them that this place is getting broken into, right?
Yes, but we're going to keep the safe.
Of course, yeah. I was just gonna write down a couple of passwords on some notes.
All the passwords are admin now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's a good reset. Do
Oops.
we have any other terminals in here?
I didn't check that one on the end. I was watching the door. I'd really like it if you'd kind of keep an eye out for that chitin. I don't really want to end up like that guy on the video.
So the door on the end is not locked. This office is different. There are racks on the walls that were holding equipment and tools and weapons, and you can kind of tell this is like an archaeologist almost. But from a technical perspective, like this is one of the guys that probably made his living diving on those ancient cities and trying to salvage technology. From the looks of this room.
Is there any helpful equipment still, or are those all cleaned out?
There is an archaeologist kit in a leather bag in the corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick that up. Is his computer here?
Yeah, that computer is there.
Can I type in admin and log in?
You absolutely can.
Does he have any logs about what he's been researching?
He absolutely does.
In like the last month. Actually, no, on all references that say alpha.
Okay. On this computer, there won't be anything that directly references that.
Okay, then I want the last 2 months of his research.
Okay. So he's not really a researcher so much as he is a scavenger, is what you're dealing with. There's lots of inventories of different stuff that he's found. Lots of inventories of different like sites he's been to. And then there's several surveys that correspond with the last point on the route. That like basically he surveyed the site. There's some sort of giant underwater dome in one of the cities. That it was camouflaged, like it's hidden underneath what would have been a hill or a mountain. But it's like definitely incorporated into the city somehow. And he's surveyed 3 different entrances to this thing.
Awesome. I think we found a way into where we were trying to go.
So it's page 121 of the core rulebook is that archaeology kit you're looking for.
Does it come with an Indiana Jones hat?
So what?
Whip.
It does not. However, it normally comes with a drone. For the purposes of this one, we'll say it's an underwater drone instead of a flying drone.
Can you wear the drone as a hat?
Can if he wants to.
I did that one.
Any tattered old journals?
No tattered old journals. There's a tattered old data pad in there.
Ooh.
Like finding a 3-year-old iPhone.
Is there like a golden idol or something like that in there? Gold beads.
Yeah, but it's a Pez dispenser. It's fake gold.
Nice.
Except it's Adderall, not Pez.
All right, so what I'm going to do is just kind of grab that lockbox or thermal safe and just kind of shove it into my bag and head off.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I think we should do is just put that... Oh man, do we want to scare them? Like, do they know Chitin stuff here? Or do we... Like, how are we going to get the police in so they can have this info?
We're gonna leave and call anonymously. It looks like someone broke into the old engine place. Just leave the door open on the way out.
Do we want to let the police know anyway? I mean, do we even care?
Yeah.
Police good. We good. Engine bad. Yeah, but if they're going to start looking for a giant, cloudy figure that stabbed somebody, I don't know if that's going to cause mass panic.
I'm gonna leave the
Not
footage
obviously Chitin.
copied. To what?
It's not obviously Chitin. Like, the only reason you and I know it's Chitin is because it's you and me. Most people wouldn't
Right.
recognize it.
Can I take the footage that I copied and put it on an external and leave it by the door with a note that says Rico?
Yeah. You put it on... There's data waivers everywhere because they're very common. That's the media of choice.
Nice.
What's the note on there about the new passwords?
Yep, all the passwords are admin. There's footage on this data wafer.
Do you have surveillance of Engine coming and cleaning the place?
So it's actually a robot cleaning crew. I expected you guys to ask that question earlier. So it only does the public areas. It doesn't actually do the offices. But one of the things you will notice is that, like, it opens and closes the door by itself.
Seems weird.
It'd be sweet to get a hold of one of those, and then we could like open and close all the doors of all the engine offices.
Right? It's probably just an RFI chip.
Outside of the locked one.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I expected you guys to figure it out earlier was for the reason of getting in and out. Like that was the reason it was there, so it's not as useful information at this point.
How big's the robot? Do we need a cleaning robot for our ship?
I mean, it's like R2-D2 sized.
Cool.
It's got long little spider-like arms on it that it uses to clean the tables and stuff.
Oh, so it's not a Roomba. Okay.
It's a Roomba. It's just a better Roomba.
iRobot, like a little tiny thing. Like a hockey puck.
Let's get out of here.
All right, yeah. So we're gonna go across the street to the to kind of like in an alleyway and just watch and call the cops and make sure the cops are the first ones that show. We actually call specifically Rico.
Okay.
Hey, can we kick the door first?
Oh yeah, we smashed the door.
Somebody grab Maul's token.
We don't really have to smash the door. We could just leave it unlocked.
Open it a little bit.
Are you leaving yourself where Rico can see you?
No, I don't want to be seen. I want to make sure. So I want to be in a spot where I can see the door in case somebody other than that cop shows up.
Okay, that's pretty smart. Let's get a stealth check. It'll be a combined stealth check.
It means everybody rolls it.
It means everybody rolls it, and we add the effect of everybody's roll.
I only got a 7.
Snake eyes.
I got 3.
You got snake eyes. You got actual snake eyes.
Actual snake eyes.
Okay.
I got an 8.
There's 4 clearly soldier-like guys trying to blend into nothing, standing on.
And
the
then
floor.
one of them says, "Oh, hey, Rico."
So, you guys make the call, and like it's supposed to be an anonymous tip, right? And Sterling is like, no, I can do it. And he calls it. It's like, hey, Rico, it's Sterling. We talked earlier about the thing. Yeah, maybe you should go check out the engine office. We just got out of there.
I facepalm.
And then I hang up the phone and go, damn it!
Son, you used to be a criminal. No wonder you turned into a good guy.
I used to be smooth.
Very smooth.
Not bad.
He's just too nervous talking to the police.
Yeah, I don't like those guys.
All right. So anyway, I'm going to pay attention to the door because I am concerned about that guy.
Okay. Rico shows up with a full patrol. There's like 4 or 5 cops with him. And he sees the little wafer thing, and he picks it up, and he like looks at y'all's alley, and he sees you, but he ignores you. He's like, I'm not gonna do it. This is totally an anonymous tip.
4 guys in an alley going,
Yeah.
My man.
So and then like he's like, all right, you two stand out here. You grab the video camera. Let's go in, and they go inside. How you want to stay for the whole thing, or?
No, we gotta go.
I think we should make sure they make it out alive.
Okay.
Yeah, let's follow that map.
I got legitimate worries, man. A semi-invisible Chitin assassin seems like really bad.
We're
So
all on the lookout for Invisible Chitin.
I mean, at this point, we're just waiting for bodies to start dropping.
it's like 4 or 5 hours. But they do finish up their investigation and taking pictures, and like they come out of there carrying hard drives of information, and there's a point where Rico's outside and his phone is rang, and it's like the district attorney who's like, I don't care if it's an anonymous tip, like we're gonna get so sued. And he's like, I don't care, I'm doing my job. And they're basically having the common argument between the lawyers and the cops. And he doesn't get killed. He finishes his investigation and they all leave. They put police tape over the doors.
It's a good idea. All right,
That'll-
so
that'll
as
keep other
long
people out.
as we get out safely, yeah, we'll go about our way.
Okay. So the next place you guys wanted to stop was...
Under the sea.
Okay, so
No,
what do you need?
we need a submarine.
You do need a submarine.
Oh, yeah, we're going to go see Jimmy.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim, the cousin.
So you guys go back down to the docks, and by this point, you've been up for more than a day. You guys have been out all night. The sun has now come back up. It's crack of dawn, and the fishermen and such are leaving the port, and you see Jim. He's actually talking to Eddie at the edge of his dock with his old H6 sub.
All right. We go up and start talking to him.
Okay, so what do you say?
Nod at Eddie.
Eddie be like, Jim, here's the guys I was telling you about. I think they're gonna rent your sub and your services.
That's right. Jim, we want to go down to the I can't even say it. I don't want to go. Are we sure we need to go down there?
Yeah, Jim, we're looking to go do a little exploring, a little sightseeing, maybe find some buried treasure.
Buried treasure, huh?
Yeah. Or technology.
I think we need to be straight up here. I think Jim needs to know what we're really doing.
Or investigating an engine project that may or may not have gone wrong.
We're tracking down where maybe the engine ships went missing.
So, I heard you might be after something like that, and he gives a little side eye to Eddie. He's like, I also heard you said something about maybe being able to restore my weapons permit. I had a little bit of legal trouble.
Weird. I believe that's something we can definitely arrange.
So, I think that maybe we can come to an agreement. I don't like engine. A lot of good people have gone missing because of them. They've done a lot of terrible things, so I got no problem with what you're going after. And then the danger don't really bother me. And he opens a side chest on the side of the railing, next to the harpoon gun on his sub, and pulls out a shoulder-mounted missile launcher. He's like, I got this for the next set of pirate and SOBs that comes around, and he puts it back in there. So, I think that we can probably come to an arrangement.
So we'll call the Lady Paladin up.
That's not going to happen. She's gone.
We
We'll
can't
have to
call.
do that later.
They've jumped into hyperspace. They're gone. She didn't even want to stop to meet you guys in space. By the time you made landfall, she had already jumped.
Gotcha.
And it's been a day.
Okay. Well, we can leave a message.
You could leave a message. You also have other contacts here. The captain of the Atlas, who you met last time. Her name is Kate Reston. And you got her and her ship through, and she's still unloading refugees. She's in orbit. You've made friends with the local police now.
Yeah, maybe Rico could slide that license back.
I don't know that we want to ask Rico, but But you know what? That's a good point. All right, we'll call Rico up.
Rico here. What's up?
Hey, this is a concerned citizen. Might have more information for you, and need a favor.
What kind of favor?
Local down here lost his weapons license. Wants to get it back.
Which local?
Real good guy. Named Jimmy.
Oh god. You're not talking about Jimmy Verne.
Yeah, stand-up guy.
He keeps shooting people.
I mean, to be fair, they try to steal his things.
Now he says it like it's a child who's like written in crayon on the wall, not like it's someone who's actually committed murder. So.
Yeah, no, I get it. He's shooting people. Well, I mean, to be fair, they're trying to steal his things, so you know.
Yeah, I mean they're pirates, but like.
You can't really be mad at someone for shooting. Defending their property.
I'm not mad at them. There's a way they're supposed to do it, and it creates all this. You know what? It's all right. After what you gave me, I think I could work something out.
We might have more. We're on the trail of the what they were up to here. So if
all
you
right.
get back, it'll be great.
I'm gonna call this part of my investigation then.
Fair enough.
Like tell Jim I'll have his weapon permit back online. He can re-register on the intranet, and it'll go through.
I'll let him know. I'll also tell him to try not to shoot anyone.
I mean, at least not like
Jimmy as I say this.
At least not like right in front of people this time. Like the last pirates he mowed down were like on a beach in front of people who were on vacation.
This guy's hardcore.
Yeah, it's not that he's shooting pirates, it's that he has a flair for the dramatic. I mean, the 50 cal was completely unnecessary. And he keeps upping the ante every time. We were worried he was going to get like, some kind of anti-tank cannon or something.
Or a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. That'd be crazy, right?
Right? Yeah, no, that'd be fucking terrible. Can you imagine?
Staring at Jimmy as I state this.
Maybe you should just up his weapon permit so that he's allowed to have something like that.
It's crazy.
I shake my head. I shake my head at John. Not a good idea.
It's crazy talk.
All right, so I hang up. I tell him thanks. I hang up, and I look at Jimmy. I'm like, "What? You have a license again?"
All right. I think we're good to go then.
Also, that license will not cover the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher.
He gives you a big toothy grin, and he's like, "Yeah, I mean, not having a permit didn't stop me from buying it."
That's absolutely true. I just wanted to clarify in case this came up later. And Jimmy did ask, and I said I would repeat, and I kind of have to agree. Maybe shoot these people with less witnesses around.
Look, all right, it's not my fault that they ran onto that beach, all right? Everyone gets all pissy about it. Look, nobody that wasn't supposed to died.
I totally get you. I think he totally gets you. Unfortunately, some young children watched this go down, and children find this kind of thing kind of traumatizing, especially these younger kids of today. Like, back in my day, this wasn't a big deal, but you know how it is, man.
Yeah, now we've got these snowflakes.
Yeah. All right. I guess that's fair. You did give me my permit back. I'd hate to ask, because you did me a solid, but can you help me cover fuel? It's gotten right expensive. And I was going to do it pro bono, but I'm running pretty low. And these coordinates your buddy just gave me are way out there.
How long is it going to take?
What's your normal fee, Jimmy?
I normally charge 500 credits a day.
We'll pay that.
Really? He's like, that's awesome. Yeah.
I prefer my my employees to be happy. Not employees. Employees is the wrong word.
It's like
I prefer the guy driving us into the depths of hell to be happy.
You say that he only looks a little skittish at the depths of hell. He turns to John and he's like, "It's about a day drive out there. Shouldn't be too bad. I got bunks in the boat."
That's
Good.
sweet because we haven't slept in at least 2 days.
Yeah, we need some rest.
He looks at you. He's like, "You guys are actually looking pretty good for that. All right. Yeah, I got 4 bunks in there you can rack out on."
John, are you going to be able to sleep as we plummet to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, we'll make most of the trip on the surface. It'll be fine. The waves will rock you to sleep. You'll be fine.
I wink at Jimmy. I wink at Jimmy as if to let him know that's not helping. We're trying to scare John.
I'm gonna bring a lot of Benadryl and probably just knock myself out.
Yeah. I mean, the shark songs will put you right to sleep.
Oh no.
I'd love to swap his Benadryl with caffeine pills. I don't know why I can't go to sleep. I'll take 2 more.
Throw a little LSD in there too.
Oh man.
You don't want that with a guy with a Gauss rifle on a submarine.
We don't let him take the Gauss rifle.
Well, yeah, he wasn't supposed to bring it.
Yeah, the Gauss rifle. Well, no, we're back on the docks, so we can bring all of the things.
Yeah, I mean, this guy can run this submarine over to your platform. So if you want to get anything from the ship, now is the time to do it.
Yeah.
Also, when you get back to the ship, Picker's going to be like, "We're almost done with the missile refit, but it cost us a pretty penny to get it all done. But I took it out of our functional account. By the way, the functional account that Old Man Stockton set up, it's not replenishing. I'm worried about the corporate headquarters."
Do I need to put some in it?
No, I was able to cover the install. I just am worried. Normally, I get within 24 hours, I get a ping saying that, a contingency is kicked in and there's some more money in it. And within a week, you get a reply from Zion Trey, which obviously is not going to happen now. I'm just worried about him because he stayed behind. And now
We're gonna have to check again.
Yeah. So, anyway, I'm just letting you know that the refit's just about done. How long are you guys planning on being in the water?
Looks like it's a day's travel to our location, and then we dive.
Okay.
So I would expect at least 3 days.
Okay.
3 to 5.
I think I can have this thing ready to fly in 24 hours. So by the time you get out there, so if you need air support or a pickup, get on the horn.
Thank you very much. Make it so.
So I can bring my Gauss rifle.
I
sleep.
wouldn't, but you can.
We're going to a underwater
Right.
sea enclosed ancient city.
I mean,
Guys from the jet.
To be fair, we're already underwater. He's not going to make it worse. Like, he's not going to punch a hole in the planet. Probably.
He can punch a hole in the underground cavern that then gets filled with bunches of water. I don't even know if we need these crazy suits. Like, if we can dock, we've got 3 different entrance options according to at least that architect's research.
the brand new suit that I got, and so are you. And you're going to like it.
I have one of those deep sea diving suits that
Yes.
replaces air with aerosolized gel. I do not want to drink that / breathe that / all of that until I absolutely need to.
Well, you don't have to wear your suit. I'm going to be wearing the suit.
Yeah, you're the one that you can just use air to breathe instead of drowning in this liquid.
Yeah, the HEV suit.
All right, so it's going to be a little bit of a trip. You said you're going to get some rack time. Who's doing what? And who's bringing what? Get your inventory sorted now. Here's the stats for the submersible if you want to look at them for any reason.
I got both my hammers and my beer gun. And shield.
Okay.
I got my suit and my assault rifle and my spear gun.
So dagger, I've got a slug pistol, a stunner, and then that spear gun that we have, as long as, and of course with the suit and stuff.
Okay. I do have a question for Maul. Are you actually able to carry all that?
I assume so.
So it's like your endurance plus your strength, the big numbers. And then I think there's like a multiplication or something you do. I'll have to look it up. I put it in Discord at one point. Really early on.
I also bring a duffel bag with like the med kits that I've got and stuff.
Sure. I like to keep on the boat or carry it with you?
Probably to keep it with me as much as I can. It's got like a trauma pack in it, med kits.
Encumbrance and Travelers, strength plus endurance plus ranks and athletic strength.
Okay. So 9, 7, that's 16, 18. I have 18.
And your armor that you wear only weighs 25% of its weight if you're wearing it.
All right. How much does it weigh?
I only ask because that's a lot of stuff for you to be carrying.
Where did the armor book go?
Yeah, it's that one.
Seven, 10, 13.
Well, he's figuring that out. Sammy, when you have your nap, you are having more of these flashbacks. The language that the two entities are talking in, the two entities are definitely elders, and it's definitely a memory that you're getting off of something. But it's still very hard to understand them. They're definitely speaking a foreign language, but it's also not Elder. Like, you understand Elder, and it's so weird because it's almost like a recording. It's not like touching the mind of an entity and reading their mind, but it is definitely psionic at the same time. But you get the impression that the anger is about going into the Psi Ember. Like, the person doing it doesn't want to do it.
Do I sense any regret or
Ang-
intimidation?
anger.
Anger. Got it.
And then, right before you wake up, you're like walking down a hallway and there's human bodies on the floor. And you walk into a room and you turn and there's a reflection on the wall and you realize that the entities whose eyes you're looking through is a chitin, and then you wake up.
I reach for Tickles, but he's not there. And I realize exactly where I am. And I go, I think I found the Triton, guys. Maybe. I don't know. He might have killed again. I might have been him. I'm pretty sure we're headed towards an elder psionic place. Also, sorry for waking you up. I should go back to sleep now.
What are you mumbling about over there?
The psionics. They were. It's a memory of a thought of an idea. I don't know if I was thinking as a chitin. I looked in a mirror. There were dead bodies. I think we're headed in the right way.
You're really bad at explaining dreams.
It's a dream. Have you ever tried to explain a dream?
As you guys are having this conversation, you hear, "There's a fire up ahead. There's a ship or something." and like the other crew members start like the two that were on rest are scrambling out of their bunk. There's 6 crew members, including Jim, and they all kind of go to the forward observation area. It's got a big old dome glass piece, and up ahead there is a wreck, and most of it is actually submerged. And you can tell that it's been sinking for quite some time, a little bit of smoke coming off of it, but it's off in the distance.
Yeah, I'll go up there, because I'm awake anyway. I've taken a bunch of caffeine pills for some reason. Go check it out. Are there any survivors? Does it look like there's any swimmers in the water or anything?
So, no, it looks like it's been here for a long time.
It's still on fire.
It's still on fire. It's been drifting. And the captain of it is like, that's the college's research vessel.
Are we anywhere near the spot where we're supposed to be?
We're about halfway there, at this point, and it's the way the tide's drifting, it could have been there or close to there.
Okay. We need to go check it out. Let's get closer, please, Captain.
So he's already pulling up alongside of it, but he's like, from the way that the bow's tipped up and most of it's underwater, he's like, you're probably not going to find anything on board. But yeah, we can stop for a minute if you want to stop. It's your time and money.
Yeah, let's stop and take a look.
He pulls up beside it. The crew opens the top like carousel where you can get in and out of it, and one of the guys immediately grabs the harpoon gun, and another guy immediately grabs the rocket launcher, and they just start scanning for things, and then they set up ropes. Now the ship's listed so that like the bow is pointed virtually straight up, which is going to make traversing this thing incredibly difficult.
What looks to be the cause of damage? Does it look like it's been eaten by a big shark?
No. There are signs that there was probably some animal attacks on the survivors that were trying to cling to the hull, as there are body parts.
Oh boy.
But the ship itself looks like it was attacked by weapons fire.
Oh. Bullet holes or like singed burn marks?
Yes.
Both. Okay.
Pull up close to them, see if we can see if they have a Wi-Fi signal we can tap into.
I mean, you're already pretty close. You've got lines across. You could physically try to climb over there if you wanted. But there is no Wi-Fi signal. The ship definitely does not have power. 80% of it is underwater at this point, and most of what's on top is still got like fuel reserves and stuff that's burning. Has burnt up most of what's in like the internal cabins and stuff. It's in pretty bad shape. The only reason you know it's that ship is because you can still see the name printed on the hull.
Okay. Do we have some kind of a transponder we can put on it?
Yeah. They've got emergency beacons they can put on it.
Let's mark it and call Rico.
Jimmy, you know if do you know anything about this type of ship? Does it have some kind of black box? Can we get to that real quick?
Could we get to it real quick? Are two different things. Yes, we could get to it. It will not be real quick. I've done a bunch of salvaging efforts from pirate stuff like this, and there's two problems I see here. Item number one is, if this was pirates, they're gonna be back. They've left this thing ablaze, probably intentionally, to see who does exactly what we're doing right now, which is making me super nervous.
Yep.
Item number two is, it's gonna be in the wheelhouse, which is currently underwater, and the ship is like vertical, so it would require some pretty advanced swimming.
That's not for me, man.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to go swimming in this water so much as unless we're walking on the bottom.
I don't think that's any better, but we should just move on.
Let's drop a transponder, call the cops.
So he's got someone calling Rico. He has him cast the lines off. They throw an emergency beacon out there, and it magnetically clamps to the hull when it hits, and it starts blinking like a strobe. He's like, it'll still work when it's underwater, which it probably will be by the time anyone gets here.
Yeah, might be able to get some salvage when it hits the bottom too.
Does anyone want to do a quick perception check? You all have seen enough of this that you could.
Got a 9.
Got a 6.
The holes are consistent with the spiky things that the Chiton use as a anti-vehicle. Like basically, it's their version of missiles. They're like harpoons. It's the right shape. It doesn't guarantee that's what it is, but it's the right shape to have been one of the living ships that Chiton use. There's also several marks on the top of the front of the deck where the fire hasn't completely consumed that are the same color as a spore cannon detonation. You can look that up in the I think it's the vehicle book, or it might be the core catalog.
Can I make a tactics roll? Did this ship, the vessel, get attacked from above, or something in the water with it attacked it?
Sure, go ahead and give me a tactics roll.
12.
It was attacked from above. You have no doubt. Like the way the pattern is, it was attacked from above. It was a quick surgical strike. Like it came in one pass, did as much damage as it could. Like there's only one line of fire. So it made one run and did all of that damage and then left. And it went from the front to the back. You can tell all that by looking at the pattern.
Okay. I'm going to convey that to the rest of the team in that hey, so that university ship was attacked by like a Chiton spacecraft. From the air, it was attacked, like just run down.
Okay. Let's relay that to Rico as well.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else you guys want to do other than get some sleep?
I'm going to tell him to dive down a little bit until we get a little bit clear from here.
Okay. He was going to grumble. That's going to slow you down a little bit, but he also sees the point, and he's going to submerge the ship for a few miles and then come back up to the surface. All right. No other intervention. You guys get to the point in the sea above where this part of the city is supposed to be. And Jim's in the front helm area with one of his pilots, and they're looking at a very cheap holographic display that's got like the sonar scan of the ocean floor. And he's like, this thing is super deep. I think we can do it. This is probably the second deepest we've ever taken this ship.
Can we?
He said second deepest. That means it came back up. It's all right.
So
air to like do something like that.
Air's not the problem.
It's the crushing depths, crushing the.
No.
If it's whether or not he has enough support within the structure of the submarine to deal with the depths, or just don't worry, John. You won't feel a thing. It'll be very quick.
We're not going to have a ton of loiter time, is what it really comes down to. I can give you maybe 2 hours at that depth before we're going to have to come back up. And honestly, we're probably going to be springing leaks at 2 hours.
We going down into the city for 2 hours? You're just going to chill for 2 hours? That's it?
That's all I can give you, man. I mean, hull integrity is not a thing that comes back after you start losing it.
Would it be better if you went down, dropped us off, and then waited for our signal?
if you can get me a signal from down there, but that's awful deep. And if you're in underneath, because he's pointing to the geographical map, and like I said earlier, where you're planning on going is underneath a mountain underwater. He's like, I'm not positive you're gonna be able to get a signal out there. Yes, it would be better, but
Right. Well, I mean, we wouldn't send the signal until we step back out on the ocean floor, right?
yeah, if that's the way you want to do it, I think that would be better for the ship. Alternately, I could stay down there at wherever I drop you off for 2 hours. I also probably will only be able to dive twice. So, either way, you'll get one shot.
I'll put
Alright.
it to a vote. What do you guys think?
I mean, it sounds like no matter what, we're kind of we're limited. I mean, he doesn't have to stay down in the depths. He could like maybe go halfway so that we don't have to wait 45 minutes for him to dive to come get us in the crushing depths and just our suits out
Yeah.
on the ocean floor.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So Jimmy's like, all right. He hits a few buttons and a few klaxon sound, and it's the most professional sailing that he's probably done this whole time. Where he's like, everyone make ready for deep dive, and he starts talking about blowing different valves, and he's like, go ahead and flood the storage compartment so we don't have to worry about that being pressurized, and like all this sailor talk, and it's making Ghost's character John very nervous.
I assume it's also there's a lot of creaking.
There is going to be. So you haven't even started dive yet, and it's already making funny noises. There's hissing. There's people dogging hatches. You hear a couple of the sailors go, "I hope that seal holds." All kinds of things that are just ruining John's whole day.
Yeah.
And then
Each of the guys that I paid to say those things, I give them $5.
yep. And then like this front bubble glass, the water level starts to come up out the outside as John realizes that the ship is now in fact going underwater. And it seems to be going, it's like riding an elevator down, except for it goes on for, it's been a good 20-25 minutes, and you can start to hear, it sounds like you're just gently squeezing a soda can, is the popping noise that the hull starts to make, very rhythmically, as the pressure starts increasing, and even Jim looks a little nervous, and he hits a button, and a metal shield actually slides over the front bubble, and then like locks into place. And he's like, I think that glass is okay, but we don't have to take the chance, so we're not going to. And then that's extra scary because now you can't see outside, and he's flying on sensors. Like he's got this cheap holographic thing that's like a phone size that he's using to pilot the ship now.
I'd like to start drowning in oxygenated gel so that I can get out of the ship at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay. I'm going to assume that Greybeard's doing that too. Sterling's doing that too.
That would be a safe assumption.
Okay. So you guys, you run through the stuff, your suits check out, the oxygenated gel thing, because you didn't want to do it, you haven't tested it up until this point, and it's about as terrifying as the drowning thing. Like, it fills your helmet at a much slower speed than you would like for this particular endeavor. It starts at like your chin and like fills the helmet up. And you literally drown in this stuff, except for you very quickly realize that where you shouldn't be able to breathe, you can. Like, this liquid that's filling your helmet actually is oxygenated, and it's really weird feeling, but you can even speak in this gel.
Cool.
I keep looking for a bubble, but it never comes.
That's right. There's no air in this helmet anymore. The ears do pop weirdly, though. Okay.
And Maul and I are in our HEVs.
Yes, I'm gonna make the assumption, unless Maul's just, being extra gung-ho about it.
Wait, what?
And
In your suit.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
You probably can't hear that noise.
I hear it. Thank you. That's
I can't.
a
I
little
haven't
bit
heard
extra.
anything.
You're welcome. That's the noise that it's making.
Aw.
John is hyperventilating.
We should have gotten John one of the suits with the oxygen thing. He'd be great right now.
No.
Just full panic attack.
Pretty close.
So, after a little bit of time, Jim turns and gives you a little nod, and he's like, "There's actually a moon dock down here, and there's like glow sticks that have been set around it that have recently been placed, and I can pull right up to it and actually put you guys in it, or I can park outside of it and you guys can walk up to it."
Let's walk up to it.
That's probably the safer bet, but I just wanted to ask since it is there. So he actually puts you down on the ocean floor. It's probably a good quarter mile from the moon pool.
Oh man. We're gonna walk a quarter mile in just the suit.
That'd be great.
He couldn't find a parking spot that's closer.
He could have.
Oh,
He could have rolled right up to it. However, if there's a guy with a rocket launcher in there, it's a TPK.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Chris, I had to drop one of the items that I had, so I dropped the spear gun.
Okay.
I want the one hammer to be able to attack things, and the other hammer in case we need to break into or out of something, like say a mountain.
As long as you can carry it, that's good.
Yeah, I just can't carry one of the things. If one of you has room for an extra spear gun, that'd be great.
I can carry it. I'll carry both spear guns.
Ghost is dual wielding spear guns.
Hell
Spear
yeah.
guns.
I'm ready for any fucking big ass sharks that come up too. I am
Don't.
fully
No,
alert.
John.
Head on a swivel as we
Let's-
exit this place.
Let's not call the sharks to us.
And then
So-
I say, hey, maybe we should turn off the lights because those glow sticks over there are where we want to go.
Yeah. Also, you don't have to call the sharks to you. Like they're already there. Like as you look up, they're definitely there.
Are they as big as I was expecting?
They're bigger. This deep down, they're the really old ones.
Right on.
Like this is where the 30-footer came from.
Nice. I pointed out to John.
You can go fuck yourself.
You don't have to. He's acutely aware.
Yeah. I'm aimed, head on a swivel, both spear guns ready to go.
John, I wouldn't be aggressive with the giant sharks.
I'm not. I'm being defensive. We go now?
Yeah. No, I've already started walking. We're walking and talking, John. That's what we do.
Let's get to this fucking moon thing. Fuck. That's a big nope. Big nope. I'm gonna start scooting.
Yeah.
I'll leave everybody else behind.
So this is an endurance thing because walking in these suits in water is actually it's like doing calisthenics. Like there's constantly pressure trying to keep you from moving. So how fast we make this? Because everybody's gonna make it. It's just how fast we make it. Everybody, give me an endurance check.
That's on a vac suit check.
You may add your vac suit skill to it as a bonus.
I got 4.
What about athletics?
I got an 8.
Let's go.
Got an 8.
It's an endurance check. It's not really athletics. You can add your vac suit.
I got a 9.
Okay, so it sounds like it's Maul first, and then got 8s from both Ghost and Kizik.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then got Sterling bringing up the rear. Who pokes their head through first?
That would be Maul.
Yeah, that'd be me.
Okay. Maul, as you pull through the moon pool, as you bring yourself up in your vac suit, so you're used to using a vac suit in normal atmosphere, so it doesn't feel that weird. Suit pings and says there's breathable pressurized air on the other side, and you immediately notice that there's 2 DSVs. These are probably from the college boat. They're little 2-man deep sea submersibles.
Okay.
Do you pop your helmet or you leave it on?
I'm gonna leave it on for the moment. You said it says it's breathable.
It does.
It does. So it doesn't notice anything weird.
It's not super advanced.
Yeah, no, I'll leave it on for the moment. We don't know what we're getting into yet.
Mr. Shear, you're next.
Yeah, I pop up. I'm probably going to scramble to the edge as fast as I can and get up out of the water.
Okay. It's surprisingly stable, and because of the way it's built, so there are walls that let you look outside, and there are sharks swimming outside, which is pretty unsettling for Mr. Shear. But at the same time, once you're inside, it is just like being in a room with a pool. And your suit also tells you that the air is breathable.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop my helmet off.
Okay, the air is breathable. It smells of death. You've smelled enough rotting human corpses to know what that smell is.
Oh God, I should. Oh, it is awful in here.
Why would you pop
dude,
your helmet? This is like an ancient relic city. You don't know what's down here.
I'm done being in the water, man.
Yeah. We wear suits all the time. Just breathe the beautiful recycled air you're breathing.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna say because my suit only has 6 hours of air.
Look, if we're down here more than 6 hours, we're already fucked.
So Sammy's next, popping up out of the thing.
Sammy starts coughing as he's trying to undrown from the gel foam stuff that's in his thing.
Mhm.
As soon as he quickly sees everything and says, I told you we could have just walked inside it. We didn't need these fancy suits.
Oh no, the pressure on that little walk you just had would have crushed your normal suits like a tin can.
No. I meant like if we would have just drove our ship in here. Also, does this one unlock?
Yeah, they are unlocked.
I found our escape route.
Yeah, did these have keys?
No, they're not designed with things like keys. They are very short range, very limited endurance because they're designed to be dropped from a research ship and then go right back up to it. And that research ship, as you are now well aware, is not going to be there to pick them up.
Our submarine is right out there, though, right? The H6. Can we communicate with him?
At this range, yes, you can. He's about to start ascending to the surface, though.
Yeah. Stay on the surface. We might take these up.
Jib's like, if you say so.
I mean, that'll be better for the sub, right?
I wouldn't stay on the surface, because we know there's pirates nearby, and there was definitely a Chitin attack. So
Yeah. You know, we'll get just under the surface.
Yeah, remain inconspicuous.
Yeah.
Eyes on a swivel.
Yeah. Watch out for those sharks. They can bite through those suits.
Big sharks too, man. Those are awesome looking.
Okay.
So
one of those sharks probably could have swallowed us whole. No chewing.
Sterling, I'm assuming you took off your helmet too?
Oh yeah, I just popped that thing off as soon as I could and start spitting out all the green goo.
Yeah.
I will crack my helmet as well, just because.
Now everybody has. You don't want to be different.
He just wants to be a follower.
I don't want to be the only survivor.
Well, it smells like butt and death in here.
We've smelled a lot of butt and death. We're military.
So you walk down this hallway. You immediately see corpses on the ground.
Right.
Might want to make you guys a little smaller.
What killed these corpses?
It looks like a large bladed weapon, like an axe the size of your hammer.
All right.
What?
That's good. That's good. That's not a viral pathogen.
Are there any mirrors nearby?
So you will notice, actually, Sabi would have noticed, as soon as you came up here, all of the reflective surfaces are the identical surface of the one you were looking through earlier. Like, every piece of metal on here is chromed and reflective in the same way.
Sammy, you been here before?
I told you about my dream, right? I dreamed that I was here as a Chitin killing people.
You were a Chitin with an axe?
I don't know if it's an axe. It might have just been one of those like long.
No, it
stabby
was
things.
an axe.
Oh yeah, it was an axe. It's tough to remember sometimes.
As a matter of fact, you feel pretty strongly that you are very close to where that all happened.
Yeah,
Almost
Maybe.
like he was standing over a body he'd murdered.
Yes.
Hey, you're not still here, are you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Sammy, you should maybe do a scan.
So you are you going to try to walk up to that door? I saw you try to do that.
I was about to, and then I had a second thought and was like, Sammy, you should do a scan.
yeah. I'd like to.
How many side points do you have left?
Well, it's been a day on C, and you get them all back, so I'm back up to 8.
Okay. That's good.
I'd like to use 2 and try to actively reach out to the chitin that I've been passively thinking about.
You need to score higher than a 7.
Does an 11 work?
It sure does. Now,
You do it sneakily.
you need to roll higher than a 14 to keep him from attacking your mind. He is right here. He's in the room with you.
Oh shit.
An 8 does not do that.
It does not. Sammy falls to his knees, screaming, grabbing his head. And about that time, the door on the right-hand side of the room opens, and the biggest fucking chitin you've ever seen before in your life comes stomping through it. And yes, that scale is roughly accurate.
Any vehicle size?
He is vehicle sized.
Sweet.
And Sterling runs away.
Shitting your pants wouldn't be a totally.
I soiled me armor.
Question.
You said I didn't need the gauze. You
Motherfucker.
didn't need the gauze.
Question. We have those drugs that null psychic stuff.
You do.
I would like to tell somebody to stab Sammy with one of those real quick, like before his brain melts.
Sounds like something the team medic should do.
We don't have one of them.
Yeah, you
I'm
do.
here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
So what'd you need me to do again?
He needs you to pay attention.
I'm like, what the heck, man?
Stab Sammy with the null drug.
Done.
And then I'll step up and try to deal with this thing.
I'm not going to give it a surprise round because I took Sammy out. So we're going to all roll initiatives. Fast of mind or fast of body. Bad guys are going on 8.
What's initiative?
So you can roll your strength, which is what you're going to roll, or you can roll your intelligence.
Or dexterity.
Or your dexterity.
A 7 here.
Strength athletics or just strength?
Just your strength.
Okay, I got a 7.
12.
All right.
Do I get a roll being unconscious at all?
You can still roll the initiative because we'll need it, but you won't get to go until you're fixed.
I got an 11.
All right. All right. That means you're probably not going the first turn. All right. So, Ghost, you are actually first on the initiative order.
I'm gonna rat-a-tat the small one.
Okay.
Or one of the small ones with the assault rifle I've got.
Okay.
Really wishing I had the gauze.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we are.
What
We are
did I
still
do?
underwater,
Yeah.
and you're going to be shooting up.
I got a 10 to hit.
Okay, that actually hits.
All right. It does 3D. So that is this.
Worth noting that the assault rifle actually isn't completely safe of breaches either. It just has to do a ton of damage.
12 damage.
Awesome. So you really badly injure one of those chitin, and as you do, its chitin, like its actual exoskeleton color, changes in a way that they don't normally, and you realize that that probably was the shadow. The smaller chitin were probably the shadow that you saw. Also, their eyes are a different color, and it matches the big one.
These were the stabby boys.
Weird.
They also seem to be doing things like getting behind cover, and this one was trying to flank.
Okay. Can I also get behind this cover? This is debris, right?
Yes, that is it's very low cover, but you can get half cover out of that. Half cover's 10 additional DM.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah. All right. Baddie number 1. The big bad. That hits. He's targeting you, Maul, in case you want to do something like dive for cover. He has a smasher weapon, so you can't parry it.
But I get my armor and shield still work, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just have different armor.
And those
Which back suit did we get, by the way?
you got the emergent, what was it called?
There were 5 levels of that thing, ranging from Tech 8 to Tech.
They are the lowest tech level, so it's Tech 8 for the other one, for that one. Because those are old patch job suits. They're not the newest, latest, and greatest.
It's protection plus 8. That's what.
Good. That's what I needed to know.
Sorry, I'm looking up 3 different. There it is. It's 4D plus 2. Does. So he reels back his giant axe, and he swings down on Maul as hard as he can. It is pretty devastating to watch. And he does 14 damage.
Right.
It is not armor piercing though.
That's good.
It does look like he can only swing that thing full force once every other turn. Because it's so massive. Like, it's so big that his hit it knocks you out of the way as well as hitting you. And it's like follow through and hits the wall. And you suddenly are concerned that he's going to like cut the wall off. But like the truth is that it's so much momentum that it's hard for him to swing it twice in a row really quickly.
Right.
I like that Photoshop, by the way. I'm really happy with how
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
All right. Next up is Sterling. Or Maul. You got the same score, so either one of you could go.
Knee out? Like, do I have to do a called shot to hit somebody in a specific spot? Oh wait, no. If I aim for a specific spot, then it wouldn't count as vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I would definitely take that caveat. The other thing about calling out a specific spot is you generally are trading damage for effect.
Right. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit him. Almost boxcars.
That would have been real handy right here.
16 to hit.
Okay, that absolutely hits. Remember to carry your effect over to your damage.
So it's a plus of 8, right?
Yes. standard to hit.
24 AP50.
He gets no armor. 24 damage. Okay. So you do hit him significantly. Where and how do you hit him? It doesn't kill him, but it does hurt him badly.
I assume I'm going for a knee. Try to get his head down on my level.
Okay. So you definitely hit him in the knee. We're gonna say he even goes down to a knee. Like the knee you hit is swept from underneath him and he falls on it. Looks rather painful. Sterling.
All right, I'm just gonna go at him with a cartridge pistol. So I think while he's coming down to a knee, I'm gonna run up a little bit closer and kind of point blank him in the face with with my pistol.
You're not going to give the medicine to Sammy?
Oh, I guess I could.
You don't have to.
What was his condition though? He said he still had his armor up, right?
All he needs is for you to use one of your maneuvers to pull out.
Sammy needs to be stuck.
Yeah, he needs to be stuck with a drug that you have. So, you wouldn't be able to run up to the enemy if you did it that way. But you could still shoot.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll hit him with he needs a stim pack then or something.
He needs the anti-psych drug.
All right, so we'll hit him with the anti-psych, and then we just take a shot at Big Bad.
Okay, go ahead and roll your to hit.
We got a 9.
Okay, that hits. Carry your effect over to damage.
Now we adding the effect onto damage or no?
Yeah. Yes, that's how you do it.
Okay, so we got 18.
All right. That's for the big one?
That's for Big Bad.
Okay. That does a significant amount of damage. He's not really dead yet, but he's definitely taken some hits. How does your shot go down? Any special way?
Oh, mine. I'm actually just again. I'm just kind of. I think I'm gonna focus on his legs, just like Maul was.
Okay, so we'll say you cap the other knee, and it doesn't do as much damage, but it does kind of throw him off balance because he's already off balance, and he slides down to both knees. Kizik, it is the top of the next round, and you are the first player.
So my headache's still there, but I have the ability to use my mind.
This is the thing from your dreams. From your nightmares, I guess I should say. It is intelligent, it is psionic, and it is like nothing you've encountered before.
Yeah, I'm gonna start shooting. It's on its knees in front of me. I'm on my knees staring back at it. It clearly was messing with my head. I'm gonna shoot it in the eyes.
Even through the nullifier drug, you can feel it like a spider web trying to wrap around your mind. Like it's still trying with all of its might to melt your brain. And it was going to kill you psionically. Like you can tell that for certain.
Yep. I've got a sawed-off shotgun that's aiming for its eyeballs. That's exactly an 8. Apparently he's hurting my head a lot more than I thought.
It still hits.
That hits for 15 damage.
All right. You pop 2 of his eyes. His head rears back and he screams, and it's this echoing roar in this facility. He reaches out with a hand because the only person close enough is Maul, and his axe is drawn back. And he grabs Maul by the neck, and he does successfully grab Maul by the neck. It does 5 damage if that does actually get through your soak, but I imagine it doesn't. And he's trying to squeeze a life out of Maul with his free hand, but he's also reeling back with his other axe. And Maul, you realize if he actually gets that hit in, it's going to be bad. Ghost, it's your turn. Sorry, I skipped you. You were supposed to go before this guy.
Yeah, I thought I was supposed to go before Kizik, but that's cool.
No, Kizik has actually rolled higher than you, but he didn't get his turn last time.
Oh, I thought he said he got an 11.
He did get an 11, but yours said 10. Someone's typing in it right now, so I have no idea what they're doing. But I thought you said you got 10, and he got 11. That's how I have it written down anyway.
I thought I had a 12 for my... It's okay. It's whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna... I wasn't fighting the knight. I was fighting this guy here, so I'm gonna shoot him again.
Okay.
More assault rifle rounds. Bark out.
You should pull it in full auto mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna click the button.
Okay. I mean, he looks incredibly badly injured. This might be overkill, but there's no such thing as overkill.
Yeah, now it's Chitin. Fuck that. I got a 12.
Okay. Even if you rolled a minimum damage, that would kill him. Just from your effect. So
my damage was 10 plus my 2. No, 4. 14.
little bits of chitin fly backwards and land on this deactivated drone back here. Hamburger.
All right, I'm doing my bit.
All right. Craven?
I'm gonna hit him in the head because he's like holding me, right?
Yes, he's holding you with his free hand.
Yeah.
He's on his knees. He's drawn back his big ass axe with his other hand.
Break his arms.
I don't have any advantage from all the knockdowns we've done to him, right?
No, but I don't think you'll need it.
Right. I got 13.
Okay, this is with the big hammer.
Uh-huh.
He's dead. Like just the effect. He had 3 hit points left.
Nice. Just scorch his head with the gravity hammer.
That's how you want to do it.
All the way through. Nice.
Another brain you could have studied for science turned into gel.
Is there any like physical reaction from the last Chitin when this one dies?
So the last Chitin does seem to drop into a dazed and confused state. It is effectively non-combatant for a moment. You all may use that moment to coup de grace the last Chitin, or you could try to capture it, which will probably result in a fight.
That's surprising that they don't go crazy and try to rush.
They're definitely behaving differently.
Yeah, no, this is definitely coup de grace time.
Do we have any advantage to capturing it? I mean,
Absolutely, but it's still going to be a fight.
This is an engine creature.
That's an assumption.
It is an assumption, but it's an assumption that John Shear is willing to make.
I'm good with shooting and killing it. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm gonna like if no one else, I'm walking up to knock it out while it's dazed.
Okay, so it's
and by knock it out, I mean murder the fucking shit out of it.
Yeah, it's just like the Dresden thing where all the players turn around at the same time and just were lit with bullets.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Sammy reaches for another pack of Novocaine, but then realizes it's not even worth it, and I just put it back in.
So because you actually took that drug, which you didn't have much of a choice, but because you did that, this is gonna be very narrative. Is you guys explore this thing? I'm assuming you do want to explore this, right?
Yeah.
So you guys go into a huge chamber. Because he's on Novocaine, Sammy doesn't get any of the visions that would have explained what the fuck is going on in here. So any of the really cool special stuff he would have gotten going in here, he doesn't get. There are these huge statues with chairs behind them. These metal statues are obviously, they're the size of the Chitin Knight you just dealt with. and they're obviously elder in origin. You guys stay down here for a full hour to let the Nullacane wear off?
Yeah. We knew going in here that's what we were looking for, something with the psionics.
So Sammy has a lot of trouble. The Nullacane really made it difficult. Like, a lot of stuff hasn't triggered. When you guys are just about to give up, he wanders over to one of these chairs and sits in it. And then he looks down at his hand, and there's a psi blade ignited in it, and all the rest of you are about shitting your pants, because what has actually happened is Sammy is now this construct. He's sitting unconscious in the chair. And from his vision, he is this construct.
Well, that's cool as
Nice.
fuck.
What's this for?
Defense.
You guys can't quite figure out what the center console's for yet. It's obviously some sort of terminal that interfaces with it. It does start glowing a lot as soon as this thing's activated. It takes Sammy about 15 minutes to realize how to operate it and the effect of how to use it and how to disconnect from it should he want to do so.
Wait, can he permanently connect to it?
This is just who I am now.
It's not
I want
meant.
to get
It's not
the
meant.
other one and have like a Pacific Rim fight.
So John jumps into the other chair like, I'm gonna do a Pacific Rim fight, and nothing happens.
Yeah, I figured.
Darn psi advantage.
So what flavors does he get now that he's coming down off of his high?
Well, so how long do you want to stay? You said this is just who I am now. How long do you want to stay in this thing?
I mean, everybody else is like, hey, we're on a kind of timer. We got those other guys coming. And so I'm thinking we got those subs to go. Like, I'll stay. I'll spin around. I'm going to like do some jumps, see if I can do a flip with it.
It does all of those things without you even trying, just like a video game.
Oh, man, I feel awesome. I'm going to go try another one.
Okay.
When he exits that one before he goes to try another one, I'm like saying we really need you to look at the terminal. You know, for the mission that we came here for.
Did you see me? I turned into a giant. It was awesome. And
Yeah.
that's what it feels like when you go into the power armor, right?
Sure.
Can I move the chair?
The chair is wired into the floor. I'm not going to say it's not removable, but it's not like you can't just pick it up.
I was just thinking if we take the chair and the body thing, and then he's got power armor.
Nice.
So Sammy is able to speak the language and read the language of the terminal. Once again, we're abbreviating all of this because we're running up on our deadline. So basically, this crystal is the control center. This used to be a military outpost defending one of the sites where the psi embers were stored. It was also a political place, and the guy who was responsible for this little defense center, you have very clear visions as soon as you sit down. It's almost like this crystal in front of you holds memories of psionics who touch it. So the guy who used to run one of these was forced to go into the psi ember. He didn't want to go because his family wasn't psionic, meaning not all the elders were actually psionic. And they didn't give anyone who went in who was psionic a choice. You had to go if you were psionic. And there were some pretty intense arguments amongst the elders about that.
But he's still in the.
This
I get that.
this isn't a psi ember. There aren't any psi embers here. Your original assumption that this was that catch is incorrect. These crystals are psionic in nature, but they're not a psi ember. They're like an amplifier. Also, you learned enough going through the computer to know that this whole apparatus must be within a certain range of these units for them to work.
Oh man, can these guys swim?
They can withstand the pressure outside. The city wasn't originally underwater, so
Man, could you imagine if we would have found this before we found that big scary thing? So what do you guys want to do? We want to carry these guys? We can't carry them back up. That's not going to work.
Well, while he's studying that, can we study the rest of this place?
sure. There are several of the maintenance drones you already know to be the Elders' drones. There's an armory that has several of the plasma casters in it. It was several. There's two, and another set of Elder armor. And then there's a bunch of tools you don't really understand what they are, but they're obviously related to the maintenance of these machines. Yeah, I mean there's stuff here.
What about the engine guys that were here?
The engine guys look like they were part of a research team that was trying to get here, and they didn't get here before the Chitin. Like, it's pretty obvious now that you've run into this guy that he killed these guys. But they were, but they were certainly looking like you can pick up enough data sticks off of them that aren't heavily encrypted that you can. They were looking for this. InGen knew these constructs existed. They found evidence that this is a thing, but they've never found one of these little platforms intact.
We gotta keep this away from InGen, and I'm sure that they know about it.
All right, so to be clear, there's nothing here that is there's no living things here, right?
There's no living things here that you were able to detect.
All right, and if we broke it, it would
cease to function.
Okay, that seems like a good thing. Can we take the amplifier crystals? Like, is that a thing that's worth doing?
You can't just do it today. You could disassemble this whole platform and reassemble it somewhere else. And then you feel like you've learned enough about how to put it together, take it apart, that you could move it. But you couldn't build a new one if you broke it.
Okay, so it's one of those things where if we told the right people where it was, it could be saved.
Yes.
Well, that seems useful. Now I don't want to destroy it.
That's an option. If that's an option, that's doable.
Do these little elder droids, can we have a start breaking it down command we can give them, or are they going to fight that?
There's no break it down command. Also, they're not strictly mechanical. They are partially organic.
Are they intelligent?
No.
Well, I mean, if we break down the whole platform and carry the droids with us, I don't know. We can't put it back together, but maybe.
Well, you also breaking down the whole platform is a construction job. You are not going to do it as the four of you.
It's not an us thing.
Yeah, we got to bring back a bigger ship, but we got to keep it off of InGen's radar.
We don't have to do anything. We have people. We aren't construction workers, Sammy.
I mean, you say that, but I've got a welder right here.
Yeah, you work on ships in space. This is
we just hire a construction crew, and after they're done doing it, reassembling it, we kill them all. Keep them quiet.
No.
We did work for the mob.
We just tell the paladin and his wife about it. Maul's just holding his head like, what the
I'm
fuck?
telling you, the way we got to do it is you got to kill the people involved that don't want to, I'm telling you.
You don't have to kill. We're the good guys. We don't kill the people involved.
If we're done here, can we get out from underneath the crushing tonnage of water? Can we go now?
Yeah, we can head out. You guys want to start drowning yourselves yet, or
do you want to take the mini subs to the surface?
I do.
Absolutely.
I do, but I still think you should probably,
put your suit on and behave as if that thing's not going to make it.
It's a valid point because my next question was going to be who's driving, and can I get a submarine check from who is driving each vehicle?
I don't have any skills in submarine.
Nobody does.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm gonna drive one, but I also don't want to leave.
I'm gonna ride with Sammy.
I'm driving.
Okay.
Whoever's driving, I'm going with you. You got an extra spot.
Okay. So Sammy and Ghost.
Got a 7. Didn't make it.
Okay. It's a bumpy ride. You did not successfully get all the way to the surface without having to pull the emergency vent. That DSV, it does emergency blow to the surface, and you're in suits, so you don't drown. But you also, like, this DSV is not savable. Like, you're on emergency life raft getting pulled out by Jim. Ghost, how'd you do?
I got an 8.
You make it all the way up there, and the DSV of your DSV is intact.
Hooray! I was white knuckled the whole time, terrified, and slightly green.
All right, and that's the episode. We did rush a little bit there at the end. Kind of had to, but
What was the armor that you said?
it's the elder armor. It's not something you can. Well, I mean, it's not something you can wear as it is right now.
And we got 2 more plasma guns.
Yes, get 2 more of the. It's like the flamethrower thing that Ghost has. It's called a plasma jet. 2 more of those. It seems like that's their standard weapon.
Yeah, so we need to tell Paladin about this platform thing.
Yep.
And we can get it up off the ocean floor.
This would be great for defending against the Titan, since there would be no loss of life.
Need 4 psionics to run it. She just wanted to, give
You know where
give Kizik 4 tries.
We know 2.
Yeah, you do. That's true. Although one of them has just gone to get a big ass fleet that will hopefully help solve the problem.
Fleet of nukes or 4 ancient avatars?
Yes, please. That's just the answer I'm assuming I'm going to get from the party is why choose? All right.
Sammy, you're going to have to teach me to pilot one of these things.
The last time I made you psionic, you threw up and fell down a hole.
It kind of caught me off guard. You didn't warn me. You just kind of grabbed my face and took me with you.
You were shouting in my ear, "How do I talk to that lady?" So I touched you and you talked to her.
All of that is true. And then he fell down an elevator shaft.
It's a stairwell. It's ladder. Iris.
Same difference.
I'm so happy with my 2 Photoshop endeavors for the day.
Well, these guys too?
Yeah.
They look good.
Yeah. It took too many hours to put those together.
Always
Also, those
recycle.
knights are terrifying.
Yeah? You like them? They are not a one-off either. You're going to see more of those. That one was actually not that big of a cut. Basically, that's a Hollow Knight from Destiny with a collector head from Mass Effect.
It's a good mashup.
Yeah, the other ones were much harder to do, but they came out okay. So, anyway,
Good stuff.
we're gonna call that for the evening.